Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Welcome along to this morning's BCP Planning Board meeting. I'm Councillor Kelsey and I'm the chair of the meeting this morning, and I'll be chairing this in hopefully a very fair and equitable way. We'll start off firstly with going over to Jill Hollyoak to read out the housekeeping rules.
Thank you, Chairman. Please note that this meeting of the Planning Committee is being recorded by the Council for live broadcast and will be published on the Council website for a minimum of 6 months. Please could everybody present follow these ground rules. Only speak when invited to by the Chairman. Please use the microphones on your desk when speaking, and please remember to turn them off when you are finished. If accessing the meeting via Microsoft Teams, please turn on your video function when invited to speak. Again, if you are accessing via Teams and would like to speak on an item, please do so using the raise your hand feature in the bar at the top of the Teams window. When voting on a move, the Chairman will call out each committee member's name in roll call style and will ask the member to respond with a vote for, against or abstain. For those in the room, if the fire alarm sounds, please exit the building by way of the nearest available signed fire exit route and make your way to the ground floor of the multi-storey car park. Finally, please ensure background noise is kept to a minimum and mobile phones and other devices are turned off or switched to silent for the duration of the meeting. Please note that this includes members' laptops. Please turn off laptop cameras and microphones and turn the volume all the way down to ensure there is no disruption or feedback during the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms Hollyoak. First thing to do this morning then is to ask each member to introduce themselves. As I said, I'm Councillor David Kelsey. I represent East Clifton Springboard and I'm the chairman. And we'll have Councillor Toby Johnson.
Thank you, Chair. Councillor Toby Johnson, Vice Chair of Planning and Ward Member for Alderney and Bourne Valley.
Thank you. Councillor Steve Barron.
Councillor Steve Barron, Ward Councillor for Parkstone Ward. Thank you.
Councillor Derek Borthwick.
Councillor Barron and Park, and I'm secretary today.
Thank you. Councillor Mike Brooke.
Councillor Mike Brooke, Broadstone Ward.
Thank you. Councillor Simon Bull.
Councillor Simon Bull, Winton East Ward.
Councillor Peter Hall.
Councillor Peter Hall for Christchurch Town Centre.
Councillor Paul Hilliard.
Councillor for Muddyford, Stampit and West Highcliffe.
Councillor Tony O'Neill.
Councillor Tony O'Neill, Penhill Ward.
And finally, Councillor Anne Stribley.
Anne Stribley, Parkstone Ward Councillor.
And we will now move on to the officers at present. Mr Nick Perrins.
Good morning, everyone. Nick Perrins, Head of Planning, BCP Council.
Simon Gould.
Good morning, everyone. Simon Gould, DM Manager, BCP Council.
David Hodges.
Morning, Chairman. David Hodges, Team Leader, Development Management at BCP Council.
Lee Smith.
Good morning, I'm Lee Smith, speaking as Highway Authority BCP Council for the Key Thistle application if needed.
Thank you. Robert Firth.
Good morning, Chairman. Robert Firth, Senior Solicitor.
Thank you. Kelly Ruff. Kerry, are you with us? No. We have Ms Jill Hollyoak from Democratic Services.
Morning, Chairman. Jill Hollyoak, Democratic Services and Clerk today.
Thank you. And we also have several other officers from Democratic that are beavering away in the background to make sure that this meeting can be streamed live and to keep us all in check at the same time. So we'll move on to the agenda for this meeting now. First of all, apologies. Do we have any apologies, please, Jill?
Thanks, Chairman. Yes, we've had apologies from Councillors Stephen Bartlett, Malcolm Davies, Norman Decent, Brian Dion, Marion Lepedevin, Simon McCormack and George Farquhar.
And substitute members?
Substitute members, we have Councillor Derek Borthwick here today for Councillor Brian Dion and Councillor Mike Brooke for Councillor Marion Lepedevin.
Thank you. And declarations of interest.
Thank you, Chair. In relation to item 5D on the agenda, one of the objectors who has provided a submission for that item delivered leaflets for me, and therefore for transparency purposes and any risk of accusations of predetermination, I shall not be attending that particular item.
Thank you for that, Councillor Brooke, and thank you for the email yesterday received explaining your reasons why. Much appreciated. Thank you. So, public issues. We have exercised my discretion on the first application today, which is the Key Thistle, in that I'm going to allow more deputations than we would normally. Normally we will stick to 2, but because this is quite a major application, I'm going to extend that to 6 for each side. But before we do that, members, I was given a request by one of the deputations yesterday to defer this matter. Now, as this matter has already been explained on and published on the agenda, it is for you as a board to decide whether we do defer or not. The reasons for deferral were that they wanted it held separately from another meeting, that they wanted it in a much larger venue. Now, my personal opinion is that we should go ahead today and hear this meeting. It would take us a very long time to find a larger venue, and even with COVID as it is, we still would find it very difficult to get that amount of people into one room. So my thoughts are that we should carry on with this. We're here now. We've had all the extra deputations. I am allowing them 6 on each side, and it is virtually the only application we're going to deal with this morning anyway. So I'm happy to carry on, but it's over to you, members. If any of you are happy or wish to defer, then please speak now. Councillor O'Neill.
Thank you, Chairman. This meeting was called as an exceptional meeting. I'm sure all here representing their wards have done their homework. I think it's fair that you've extended the deputations, reservations, etc. And I would support we proceed with the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor O'Neill. Are there any further comments from members? Anyone dissenting from carrying on with the meeting? Councillor Stribley.
Chairman, I'm not dissenting. I was just going to comment that in the past we certainly have had larger meetings at different venues. But the fact of whether there are 220, 200 or 2,000 objections, it's not necessarily the number, but it's the quality of the objections. And I think if we're having 6 representations from each side, as most members are experienced enough to listen to those carefully, and we are aware of a huge volume of concern about this application in both directions.
Thank you, Councillor
I'm content to go ahead.
Thank you. So with that, there being no dissension from that, we will move ahead with this application this morning. So that moves us on to the schedule of planning applications. And the first one being the Key Thistle on Key Road in Poole. I'll ask Mr. Hodges to prepare his screen and present the case, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Let me just... So, Chairman, are you hopefully now seeing the PowerPoint?
We can, thank you, Mr. Hodges. Can
Excellent.
I just check that the members of the public can see that screen okay down there? Yep, that's fine. Thank you, Mr. Hodges.
Thank you. So, slideshow, and let's start from the beginning. Okay. So, thank you, Chairman. This is the application for the redevelopment of the Thistle Hotel site on Poole Quay. For a mixed-use scheme, including 228 residential units across 4 blocks, a new 118-room hotel and flexible commercial units within classes E, F1 and F2. So this is the location of the site down on the quayside, likely familiar to many of the members, next to the Dolphin Quays development and site of the existing Thistle Hotel and this land to the east. And looking at this in a little bit more detail, the site is over here on the eastern side. And just one thing to pick up, which you'll have seen written in the report, Chairman, about the historic pattern of developments on the quay. There's one thing that the scheme is certainly looking to pick up on is these narrow frontage but long depth developments historically along this part of the quay further west. So in terms of looking at an aerial view, at the moment, we have the hotel at the front of the site, most of the site taken up with surface car parking and an area of redundant land over to the east adjoining to the roundabout. Just looking at it in a little bit more detail, you see a little bit more clearly there the relationship with the quayside, the harbour, and some of the surrounding streets, which you'll have seen mentioned in the report. And again, you start to see that pattern of development of the historic buildings on the quayside there. So just looking at the site area currently, a couple of features that you've seen referred to in the report we'll pick up just to draw your attention, reference to the weighbridge. There's this little box in here at the north of the site, Wessex Water's pumping station in here, and the historic World War II pillboxes is in this area here, and also the RNLI's historic lifeboat building is just this building here. Current layout of the site and land ownership issues. So part of the land is freehold, part of the land is under a lease, covering both areas of the site. And this is the red line area of the site across the frontage and onto East Key Road here. Just to take you through a couple of the constraints on affecting the site. So the land inside the red line, which is white, is part of the town centre conservation area. Listed buildings are held in blue, so no listed buildings in the immediate vicinity, further north on Skinner Street, and the yellow buildings are locally listed buildings, and you'll see that includes the RNLI, historic RNLI lifeboat station there. Just on the constraints issue as well, this is an area currently at flood risk. So the red areas are the flood zone 3, the high risk, most risk areas, and the yellow areas are flood zone 2. So you can see how that affects part of the site. Surprisingly, bearing in mind where it is, part of the site is not within flood zone 2 or 3, but you will see from as we get to the details of the scheme how dealing with this flood risk issue, particularly across the southern part of the site, has led to design changes and in the way that the buildings are delivered and their floor levels and heights. A key point to pick up is the site's allocated in the local plan. Under policy PP6 and T12, and that allocates it for a mixed use for a hotel and residential, and this is the area of that allocation in there. And also the whether you can pick this up, the hash lines going across there is a tourism area allocation in the local plan. This is from the Pool Keys forum, the adopted neighbourhood plan for the area, the key proposals map. In your addendum, you see we've picked up on the assessment against the neighbourhood plan policies. In the open spaces indicated in green on here, you'll see a reference to Pool Key. Slightly confusingly, it's not highlighted in green on this plan, but it is indicated in the areas affected by PQF2. So the open spaces policies looks to improve the visual appearance of civic spaces to accommodate increased levels of use, whilst respecting the character of the area, particularly benefiting in terms of nighttime economy. Looks to provide enhanced pedestrian connections and provide well overlooked open spaces which are well connected to the surrounding streetscape, and supports the role of open spaces in flood risk management. Most of the area indicated in that sort of open space policy for PQF2 is actually outside the site. It's the sort of public realm south of the site itself. But notwithstanding that, it's clear that what the application sought to do in terms of its linkages and its improvements of public realm and its active frontages looks to address and comply with that open spaces policy in the neighbourhood plan. So moving on to the development. So this is the proposed scheme. CGI as if taken out from in the harbour, showing the residential development and the new hotel on the eastern end of the block. One thing to just pick up, you'll see referred to in the report how the heritage and design statements submitted by the applicant looks to pick up on the historic buildings on the site, which are shown at the black and white photos at the bottom of the site, giving a reference back to the historic development of this part of the quay before the current Thistle Hotel building. So looking at it in terms of layout, these are all sort of north to south. So this is the southern frontage, the frontage of the site along the quay. So residential block A here, block B is this building here, block C here, the hotel, this area here, access in of East Key Road here, and then Block D on the northern part of the site. And you can start to see how these blocks look to address this sort of public realm at the front and the area of public activity along the quay side, but also with these linkages through, and then how the access will then give into the basement area car park, which you'll see shortly. So looking at in terms of street elevations, you're going from left to right in this view. So this is Dolphin Quays, and what you see sort of sitting in the background are the post-war tower blocks referred to in the report, which sit in the background. So Dolphin Quays here, and then this would be Block A, Block B, Block C, the proposed hotel, and Block D sat to the rear. And this is a more angled view as you would pick it up approaching from the east, as you came from the sort of Beta direction. So a little bit more detail in terms of the layout of the site. One of the things we're going to pick up on is how particularly Block A works with this commercial area projecting forward and the greater mass and bulk of that unit set further back. But you can see just in terms of this layout, what this is trying to pick up and look towards is that historic pattern of development, those narrow frontages, considerable depth, and scale of buildings that historically defined that part of the quay. And just to clarify how the scheme incorporates the sort of remaining World War II pillbox in here, and also the weighbridge at the back of the site here. This is basement plan, and one thing to note about the scheme is basement plan serves all of the proposed development. So the parking in here will include cycle and vehicle parking and servicing for all the uses into all the residential and the hotel as well. So in effect, in terms of the construction phase, this would need to be delivered first, but then would provide that infrastructure for the whole of the development rather than just being for individual blocks. So, for example, it's indistinct on this scale, I'm afraid, Chair, with the presentation, but the parking, cycle parking in here and bin storage, etc., would serve the hotel, for example, and then for one of the residential units, it would be for Block A up in here. So moving on to the elevations, the Block A are very much styled in the warehouse
Just
form.
pause you for a second. Thank you.
Of course.
Could we be told, sorry, Chair, could we be told how many parking spaces there are proposed to be?
Yeah, I'm sure that'll come to that shortly.
So I thought
it is in the report.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, David.
Thank you, Chair. Hang on a second, I'll just go back to my okay. Right. Yes, so Block A very much picking up on the historic form of warehouse buildings on the quay. And one thing to note in terms of the building, what you see is that front elevation is actually set well back into the site, partly to deal with its relationship with Dolphin Quays to the west. And the part of the building that sits further forward is the commercial unit. And you can start, there's a better slide, but you can start to see how the changes in levels affected. So in terms of the advice from the Environment Agency about the commercial levels being able to set lower, but the residential levels needing to be set at a higher level in the interest of the flood risk. And then a sample floor area, you can see very much this building is set with its outlook to the east in order to address that relationship with Dolphin Quays to the west and minimising the number of openings on its west elevation. So moving east across the site, so this is now Block B, slightly taller building, again very much of that form of warehouse style development with commercial unit at the front here, and again this commercial unit comes out wider than the main block itself, and the main footprint of the main block is set back into the site. Again, sample elevations, this building is much greater, although it's taller, there's not as much depth to this building, as you can see in terms of this footprint, but there's the indicative floor plans of the units going up on the scheme. So Block C, this is the tallest building in the scheme. And again, you have not quite as deep a footprint as Block A, slightly wider, but again, a taller building here. And again, the third residential block, so this would be the tallest building in the scheme. Again, a sample of the floor plans in here, commercial unit to the front. As you can see, it starts to narrow very much as it goes up. So there's less and less sort of internal floor area as you get to the 7th and 8th floors, the higher floors. Block D, this is a block set to the rear, much lower. This is intended to provide a transition down to the existing scale of development, as you see, to further north and east to the side, where it's characterised by residential development and a mixed 2, 3, 4 story development. So this is providing a transition to the back of the site, and also you'll see in the report picks up on characteristic nature of development in the area, having blocks set at the back behind these long thin blocks to the front. And again, a sample of the floor plans for Block D, typically picking up on the southerly aspect for main living spaces and those filtered views through down towards the quayside. So moving on to the hotel, this is a really key building in the scheme, and in effect very much a building in the round because of its corner plot. You'll see very much a modern approach taken, but with references back to the roof forms of those historic warehouse buildings in its delivery. And again, as I say, very much a building that you would see both from the quay and as you pass around, which you would pick up views of all sort of rooms in the hotel. Just sample of floors on here, very much as you would expect. Reception facilities, ground floor, accessible ground floor rooms, typically hotel rooms going up, and then but up on the 6th and 7th floors, you have restaurant and bars at the top floors, taking in the views at those higher levels. Looking at the top, this is a view back from the rear of the site. So you would see Block D and then the hotel C, B and A above. And this is in effect a cross section through the site where you can see the existing block of flats in East Quay Road, Block D here, Block C going through, and it gives you again some idea of the changing levels and where the basement level car park sits in that broader picture. This is quite an important view because this just shows how the scheme looks to achieve linkages through the site, permeability, and how that public realm will work whilst dealing with the changes in levels to meet the flood risk issues. So that's quite a challenge in terms of design. So you see you've got these ramped areas, there's the commercial units at this street level here, and then the residential setback behind. So it gives you some idea of how the scheme starts to open up the site. Currently you can't go through the site from the front of the Thistle into the residential areas to the north, but this scheme looks to deliver on those sort of throughput, those linkages, and meet those good urban design principles. And again, this is cross section through the site, which again gives you some clear idea of how the site rises up, comes back down to address going back down to the levels to the north through the site. This would be Block D, this would be Block B. Commercial units at the front, and then dropping down, and then you've got street level and the quayside there. Okay, so moving on to some photographs around the site. Existing building on the site, 2 to 3 stories, familiar, I imagine, to members. Its existing relationship with Dolphin Quays here. Top left, one of the things that if you're coming along the quay, you can just about see the existing Thistle building in here, so you don't tend to pick up views of the site until you are fairly close to it coming from the west, as most of the views are dominated by the Dolphin Quays building. Coming back from the other side, this is where the impacts will be more obvious. Looking from here, this is the lifeboat building. This is the vacant part of the site. This is the pumping station. See the existing Thistle in the background here, and then with Dolphin Quays above, and then Perry Gardens and the blocks in East Quay Road at the back, and this belt of trees which is referred to in the report. So looking at in the back of the site, this is coming into the back of the Quay Thistle. You can see Dolphin Quays. This is its car park, and you actually pick up this building in quite long-ranging views currently, which doesn't really contribute to those views. And this is looking back towards the residential properties to the north, and in the tree section of the report, Chairman, you see reference to these trees. These are the trees on the boundary currently. So these are the views from Stanley Road, which is one of the views picked up as a concern on the heritage impacts. So one of the things that you can see from the road is due to its kink at the end and this position of this building that currently limits views out towards the quay while you're back in the street until you are actually at the junction with the roundabout, and there you get a clearer view of the side. Due to the scale of the building, this is some of their CGIs, you will start to see the scale of the buildings apparent from that street, as shown in these top two views here, particularly the hotel. You'll start to pick up views on from much further back in the street. This is from Perry Gardens. So these are the properties sort of closest to the site, just to the northern boundary. You can see at the moment you get this view with the existing hotel in the background there, and with the redevelopment of the site and the delivery of the hotel, a much more significant view with development on the quay available from these particular viewpoints from the CGIs provided. Going to longer range views, this is approaching the site from the Beta side from the east. As you approach up on the cycle path here and the shared route, which takes you in effect a shortcut through into the quay side, you start to pick up the R&I building, which is this red and black roof building here, and it's framed against the existing buildings at Dolphin Quays. And one of the things that you'll see as the development takes place is you very much see the new development framing those views instead of the sort of Dolphin Quays, and just show you that in a little bit more detail. There's as you get onto as you come from the path from Beta onto the road at the quay side, you pick up the views of the locally listed building here, and you've got the Quay Thistle, and then you'll view that building very much in context with the new hotel should the development go ahead. Just looking back from some other views, this is just to clarify some of the longer range impacts. So this is the top left, I'm stood on the old lifting bridge, and in very much in these views, longer views of the site partially screened by Dolphin Quays, so you potentially pick up part of the building beyond that, part of the development beyond that, but very much on the quay side, you would be restricted perhaps glimpses of where the proposed buildings would pop up above the existing buildings on the quay. And just mopping up the last few views where potentially you'll start to see some of the buildings. So this is at the top left, is at East Quay Road, and this is back of the Dolphin Quays car park. So you certainly see the development from in this area here. Top right, we're at Laglam Road, and you would see part of the building framed through those views through the trees on there. Bottom left, this is a junction of Skinner Street and East Quay Road, and at the moment that line there is existing Thistle, so you would certainly see part of the development as a result in that gap between buildings here. And then bottom right, this is Taylor's buildings, and again, as you can see Dolphin Quays here, you possibly start to see parts of the building above this view, above that terrace there. So this is the CGIs provided by the applicant to show the buildings in the sort of context of the buildings on the quay side and to the north and east, and how outside of the black and white plans, how the use of materials would be varied to integrate the development into the character and appearance of the area. So just moving on to a conclusion, Chairman, on the issue of the heritage policies, just so clear, the conclusion in the report is that the scheme has less than substantial harm on the conservation area. The conclusion in this case is the impacts on the conservation area are acceptable and therefore comply with the guidance in policy PP30. In particular, PP30 states that any harm needs to be justified. And in this instance, we consider that to be the case. And also we've had regard to para 197 of the MPPF in taking account of the desirability of new development, making a positive contribution to local character and distinctiveness within the conservation area. But nonetheless, even if the conclusion was that there was a degree of conflict with the heritage policies and guidance, we consider the benefits of the scheme in delivering this allocated site as per the allocation significantly demonstrably outweigh any conflict with the heritage policies and guidance in this particular instance. And there's just one item to add. Apologies for an additional condition. And this is to do with the wind microclimate assessment, so we can ensure we're addressing and mitigating any issues that may take place as potential wind tunnelling through the site, and that to be provided as a further condition on the recommendation, Chairman. But with that additional condition, we recommend the application for approval to Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hodges. Councillor Stribley, just for your information, if you go to page 13 of the report, it gives you the breakdown of parking. In total, there are 215 parking spaces, 189 for residential. There are a total of 23 disabled parking spaces, 59 for the hotel, 130 for the actual apartments. Thank you. Ms. Hollywood.
Thank you, Chairman. I'll start with the objections.
Sorry, may I just interject? Before we go to deputations, everyone has submitted their deputation, so I would ask that for those that are joining on Teams and are reading out their own, could you please stick to what you have submitted? Please do not go off track and start talking about other things that have not already been submitted in writing. Thank you.
Thanks, Chairman. So the first objection is Bill Constance, Chair of Paul Keys Forum. Paul Keys Forum, PQF, is a charity representing the Poole Old Town and Hamworthy East community. Paul Keys Forum object to this proposal along with another 199 individuals of the community. Support has been shown from 22 households, 90% against, 10% for. The scale and mass of the development is far too large for this important and sensitive site on Poole Quay and within the town centre heritage conservation area. This is overdevelopment on a significant scale directly on Poole Quay. The Poole Local Plan, Policy PP6 for the site, seeks a mixed-use development including a hotel and approximately 180 homes. At 228 units plus hotel, the proposals exceed the site allocation by 48 units, that's 27%. The result is an extremely high density, which is only appropriate to an inner city location such as London, which has workplaces, shops, all facilities, and an efficient and cheap public transport system. The proposal ignores statutory planning guidance for developments within a conservation area, as defined by national NPPF, local BCP, and PQF neighbourhood plan policy, in quotes, any development to preserve or enhance the character or appearance of the conservation area. The report shows clearly that England, BCP Planning Urban Design and BCP Planning Policy Heritage each express similar concerns regarding scale, mass, height and appearance of the scheme, along with serious concerns that the development does not preserve or enhance the character or appearance of the conservation area. It appears that this real concern for the quality, character and appearance of this important area of Poole Quay within the conservation area is to be sacrificed to meet housing targets, which in part have failed to be achieved due to the non-delivery of previously approved planning applications. The Sydenham's West Quay Marina and Carter's Quay developments are examples. What chance this application, if approved, will ever be delivered? Poole needs new homes and balance must be considered. However, the quality and appearance of any development and the heritage of the quay and the preservation of the town centre heritage conservation area must be a serious consideration. The conservation area is already on the at-risk register. investments by Historic England and BCP Council in the Heritage Action Zone project are designed to move things in a positive direction. This proposal, if approved, will endanger an already difficult situation. The City of Liverpool has been stripped of its World Heritage status because of inappropriate and unsympathetic development. Poole could lose the conservation area status. Please reject this application in the interests of Poole, the existing community, and more importantly, future generations. Second statement is from Chris Allenby, Chair of Poole Old Town Conservation Group. Members, I live in the Old Town, my heritage is in the Old Town. Many of my distant relatives have been instrumental in the prosperity of Poole. One, a long-serving rector of St James's Church, nearly 70 years, several mayors, and one gentleman who was awarded a medal for gallantry by King William and Queen Mary in 1695. It is in his residence that I now live. Over recent years, we have seen the core strategy, Poole Town Centre SPD, and now the Poole Plan. These documents have passed through the planning process and accepted by the community. Each of these documents have increased their densities as they progress through the system. Each has stated that the conservation area and its heritage assets must be maintained and protected. This proposed development does not respect the heritage of the surrounding conservation area, an area at risk as reported by English Heritage. The density of this proposal exceeds the density of its neighbour, Poole Quays, in excess of 200%. It exceeds the density allocation as per the Poole Plan, adopted January 2019, by 27%. This development as a one-word description, overdevelopment. History, not heritage, tells us that new residential properties on the waterfront are sold as investments, second homes, occupied only 30% of the time. How does this help solve Poole's dire housing situation? How can this enhance Poole's local economy? Many commercial units are still empty for, in some cases, 15 years after construction. Look next door in Dolphin Quays. The proposal, you could say, is generous with its parking allocation. The developers want to attract out-of-town buyers that arrive by car, but there will be an increase of traffic on two existing overloaded pinch points. The little roundabout at the end of the quay beside the Lifeboat Museum, and Tesco's Express also on the quay. During consultations on the Poole Town Centre SPD and now the Poole Plan, we were asked about tall buildings versus greenbelt. The community supported a share the pain policy, everybody appreciating that we need more housing. Tall buildings would be either side the backwater channel. Tall buildings are not covered by any Poole planning policy and are now encroaching on our conservation area. A wall of tall buildings creating similarities of the Corniche of Dubai and Abu Dhabi. Taking away the daylight and casting long shadows over the 300-year-old buildings, the Poole Old Town tourist attraction, which you say you want to protect, along with our heritage. I fail to see how this development does that. Third statement is from Dawn Winter. I would like to reaffirm my objection to this proposal. I am not against change as long as it's for the better. The current proposal, in my opinion, is too dense, i.e. too many homes for size of the site. I understand that developments of this density are only seen in large cities, i.e. London, where there is an established infrastructure, including an excellent affordable public transport structure. What will be done to improve Poole's current infrastructure? I have photographs from March 2020 showing more than 6 tankers queuing to remove sewage from the pumping station on Ballard Road. This is not including the tankers travelling to and from Holton Heath, I believe. Since I have lived in Poole, this occurs every couple of years. With the obvious desire to overpopulate Poole, I can only assume this will become a bigger issue. There does not appear to be a fair proportion of affordable housing, which is what I thought the government was trying to achieve. As these dwellings will be overlooking the sea, I suspect these are going to be holiday homes or Airbnb lets, therefore potentially empty most of the time, except during school holidays. I note there is very little car parking allowance. I have heard that Poole is considered to have a glut of public car parking spaces. However, what seems to have been overlooked is that the glut is because a number of development sites that are currently awaiting planning permission have been turned into temporary car parks. Once the sites are developed, the glut will disappear and the demand for the 2 multi-storey car parks in the Old Town will be fierce if BCP Council continue with their rule of 0 parking for new developments. I know a number of small businesses on the quay rely on the current car park provided by the Quay Thistle. The loss of parking will have a detrimental effect on passing trade. The site is within the Old Town Conservation Area and therefore any development should preserve or enhance the character or appearance of the conservation area. Dolphin Quays really is a blot on the landscape for Poole Quay and should not be used as a precedent for future developments on the quay. The older buildings along the quay are predominantly 2 to 4 storeys high and their size, shape and style make the quay a traditional seaside resort. The pretentious, glass, characterless developments belong in the cities. Otherwise, the whole beauty and heritage of the quay will be lost. Also, a number of units within Dolphin Quays are still vacant. This begs the question, do we really need a mixed-use development? The 4th statement is from Gordon Sutterby, who will read out his own statement. Gordon, whenever you're ready.
Good morning, Chairman, and thank you for allowing me to read this statement to the committee. I object to this proposal. I am a trustee of Poole Quays Forum, which is a charity representing Poole, Old Town and Hamworthy East community. The local community object to this proposal as demonstrated by the fact that 90% of the comments from households to the proposal were making objections against it. It is the duty of the council to give due weight to the objection of the local community. It is important to note that PQF does not object to the principle of development of this site. Indeed, we welcome redevelopment of the site for a new, larger, modern hotel with new residential accommodation. The objection is to the scale of the development. PQF would support redevelopment of the site designed to a high quality in line with the guidance of PP6 and the design brief of T12, which set out that a hotel and 180 homes would offer an appropriate level of development for this site. It's essential to limit the number of homes on the site to an appropriate number and not approve this high density development. In our detailed letter of objection, we offered detailed comments on those aspects of the development which were acceptable, as well as those that were not. However, the summary of our comments, including the case officer's report, failed to bring to your attention that we fundamentally object to the development because of its scale. This development is within the conservation area and the additional residential units in excess of the council design brief creates a development that is out of keeping with the character of the conservation area. The size of the development will have a considerable negative impact on the low-rise residential units surrounding the development and on anyone travelling west from Beta on Ballard Road or the Harbourside Walk. The development will dwarf the Lifeboat Museum and the nearby houses. This is overdevelopment on a significant scale directly on Poole Quay, which is an important tourist asset of the borough. The proposal ignores statutory planning guidance for developments within a conservation area as defined by National NPPF and local BCP and PQF neighbourhood plan policy. Any development should preserve or enhance the character or appearance of the conservation area. Historic England, BCP Planning Urban Design and BCP Planning Policy Heritage Officers report each express similar concerns regarding scale, mass, height and appearance of the scheme, along with serious concerns that the development does not preserve or enhance the character of or appearance of the conservation area. Please reject this application in the interests of Poole, the existing community and future generations. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sutterby. The next statement is from Alex Digby West of Harbour Ambition, and again, Alex will be reading out her own statement whenever you're ready.
Ooh, I'm trying to get my camera to work. Ah, I'm clicking the button, but it's not doing anything. Do you need to see me?
I think as long as we can hear you, that's the main thing.
Okay, that's brilliant. Thank you, Chair, for giving me the opportunity to speak. Harbour Ambition Community Benefit Society works to ensure the community of Poole has what is needed in terms of housing for its residents and the necessary community infrastructure and sustainable developments that don't impact negatively on the existing highly populated communities of Poole Town and Hamworthy. With reference to the planning proposal for the Thistle Hotel site in Poole, Harbour Ambition has concerns about the overall application for consent and the statement the project makes to the surrounding area, the business and residential communities of Poole and Hamworthy, and the countless visitors to the area of Poole, specifically Poole Town and Quay. The site is one of strategic value to the town, and we believe any development there should represent the values of the local communities and be sympathetic to the overall area. We do not see that this application for consent meets these important standards. We are aware of alternative interest in the site with ambitions for the creation of a significant statement project that could enhance the town's overall image to the visitor community, local businesses and the residential communities of Poole and Hamworthy. This third party could also work in a partnership that would fulfil BCP lease requirements. We know this and other sites in Poole Town need developing as soon as possible, especially as a number of have lain dormant and or with planning applications granted and not brought forward. Regarding the Quay Thistle application, Harbour Ambition is particularly concerned about the high number of units, which are over the site allocation, and the lack of an efficient and affordable transport system. And this development will set a precedence for other regeneration area sites. Hamworthy already has nearly 14,000 residents and already experiences extreme congestion issues travelling through Poole Town. We respectfully ask that Harbour Ambition's views and all the other application opposition be taken into account on this matter, and to ask if other alternatives to this proposal will be considered by the planning team. Harbour Ambition is concerned this application is being brought forward when it is not in line with the adopted Poole Quays Forum neighbourhood plan or local and national planning policies. This is alongside the fact that this application is not going through an appropriate process considering it is a major development. While we appreciate BCP Council has a significant housing target that needs to be achieved quickly, and while this proposal looks on the surface like a quick win to go towards this target, we know there are alternative options that do not have to bring forward a development that is as dense and imposing on and potentially damaging to the local community as this application. Thank you.
Thank you. And the final statement in objection is from Nick Crompton-Smith. I live at 2 Ballard Road, one of the historic fishermen's cottages built circa 1891 and forming part of the established conservation area. The borough's local plan for the area is clear. Any proposal for development of the Quay Thistle should provide a transition in scale to the existing residential properties to the rear and east of the site. T12 policy PP6 provides for a mixed-use development, including a hotel and approximately 180 homes. Development within a conservation area should enhance it. Far from enhancing the area, this development is too big, too brutal and too dense. The height is thoroughly excessive. The applicants are trying to squeeze too much into this development with no thought, care or compassion for existing residents. The sheer scale of the proposed hotel on the eastern side of the development will dwarf nearby houses, including my own. Residents will be towered over by hotel bedrooms and balconies, with views directly into bedrooms and living rooms. The rear of the hotel, less than 20 metres away, will tower 4 to 5 floors above my cottage. No daylight, sunlight or shadowing CGI diagrams have been produced by the developer, and only a limited numerical overshadowing assessment, which is disingenuous. Our homes will be massively affected by early afternoon onwards. Montague Evans' suggestion that there would be limited overshadowing effects is simply untrue. There has been no proper assessment of traffic movements. The applicants used COVID as an excuse to avoid a proper transport survey and somehow managed to claim as a result that the new development would generate fewer traffic movements. This is simply not credible. The council should stand by their statement of community involvement and allow a full and proper public consultation. This application has been prepared under the radar with very limited public consultation, ostensibly as a result of COVID restrictions. COVID will pass soon enough, but the opportunity for the local community to be properly consulted will be lost forever. As freeholder, the borough has complete control over whether or not this development takes place and is set to receive a windfall sum if it proceeds. The way that this application is being handled suggests that the prospect of a payday for the council is a bigger priority than proper consultation with the rate-paying community it represents. This application should be refused to make way for a more sensible proposition that will enhance the conservation area, improve quality of key life for the community and encourage tourism. There will be a proposal that can work for all sides, but this is not it. The statements on behalf of the applicants are being read in person on Teams by the following. First, Mark Humphreys, Holloway Studio Architect, Peter Boville, Montague Evans, Planning Consultant, and Andy Curcini, MHA, the applicant. So whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the opportunity to read our representations in support in person. Poole boasts one of the largest natural harbours in the world, and Fisherman's Dock sits right on the quay overlooking the harbour and beyond. This site provides an unprecedented opportunity to enhance Poole's waterfront by creating a landmark destination at a key arrival point to the waterside. Poole is a hugely popular tourist destination, welcoming 3.6 million visitors each year. At the heart of Poole lies the historic waterfront, which sustains over 5,000 jobs and is home to one of the biggest luxury yacht makers, Sunseeker. The existing quay is bookended with two historic features, the lifting bridge at one end and the lifeboat museum at the other. The quayside has an eclectic mix of scale and form, tracing Poole's industrial past, resulting in a mix of old and new. Historic wharf buildings sit alongside contemporary architecture, all unified by their industrial durable materials, which are appropriate to this exposed marine environment. Historically, our site was occupied by the East Quay Gasworks and played an important role in Poole's industrial past. Today, the site is occupied by the Thistle Hotel to the west and a vacant, unmaintained parcel of land to the east. We have taken inspiration from historic wharf buildings to replicate their industrial form within the new. Careful consideration of materials also reflects those which are prevalent in this coastal town. Our proposals are predominantly built from brick and tiles, both of which were historically manufactured in Poole. Each of the new residential buildings have their own distinctive character, providing a total of 228 1-, 2- and 3-bedroom apartments, each benefiting from a water view. At the eastern corner of the site, we propose a 118-bedroom hotel with a ground floor reception and lounge. The rooftop will provide an elevated public restaurant and bar, creating an unprecedented vantage point over Poole Harbour and the English Channel. A landscaped podium creates vibrant public realm outside of the floodplain, whilst allowing for the scheme to benefit from 215 secure car parking spaces, all concealed underneath. We are also proposing a vibrant continuation of the promenade, with landscaping and seating areas alongside 3 new commercial units, reconnecting the promenade to the Lifeboat Museum. Working closely with all statutory bodies has resulted in a scheme which has recommendation for approval from council officers and is supported by Historic England, Highways and the Environment Agency. This scheme has been designed for Poole. By referencing the site's valued history in both form and materiality, our proposal was designed to stand the test of time in this marine environment. New commercial spaces enable the people of Poole to benefit from an extended, vibrant waterfront, further enhanced by a new elevated restaurant overlooking the famous harbour itself. Thank you.
Okay, Peter, over to you.
Thank you. Good morning, Chairman. My name is Peter Boville. I'm a partner at Montague Evans and I'm agent for this application. Your officer has already explained to you the scheme in detail, recommending approval. These proposals represent the opportunity for the comprehensive mixed-use redevelopment of this important site in the centre of Poole to provide new residential, commercial and hotel uses. Our proposals have evolved following extensive pre- and post-submission discussions which have taken place with your officers since 2018. In addition, our scheme has been changed and adapted following public consultation held with local residents and stakeholder groups. The draft proposals have been reviewed by the design review panel on 2 occasions, with the scheme positively received. The feedback from all these discussions is reflected in the scheme before you today. We are aware of objections to our proposals. The substance of these objections has been dealt with in your officer report and presentation and by the representations you've just heard. With regard to scale, bulk and mass, our proposals have been reduced in height following public consultation, with further amendments made post-submission of our original application. The massing is appropriate in its context and represents a high quality design that would be a positive contribution to the area by comparison to the current situation. This application was submitted prior to the introduction of BCPC's new parking standards. The scheme has since been revised to reduce the amount of car parking and mediate between the old and new standards. This approach has the support of your highways department. This site has been long identified by your local authority for development of a mixed-use residential and hotel scheme and is allocated within your local plan for these uses. This redevelopment would ensure that this town centre brownfield site is optimised in a nature which accords with that allocation. The delivery of a new hotel would augment the ongoing strength of Poole's tourism offer and assist in maintaining and increasing an adequate supply of hotel accommodation. This scheme would be an excellent addition to Poole, bringing vibrancy to this part of the quay, with added activity, including new commercial and a landscaping scheme, which would allow permeability through the site for all members of the local community. This scheme would deliver much needed housing for your borough, with the provision of 228 residential units, contributing towards housing supply and bringing new households who would support the economy of Poole Town Centre. Given the proposed planning and Section 106 conditions that your officers are proposing, we consider that you can ensure that all the impacts of these proposals are acceptable. In light of the above, we urge you to resolve to grant this application. Thank you, Chair.
And finally, Andy Curcini.
Thank you. Dear Chair and committee members, as you've heard from my colleagues, our fantastic proposals seek to redevelop and reutilize this key brownfield site, which has been designated for redevelopment. Today is a culmination of a long 3-year journey, an inclusive design process influenced by the wider community and key stakeholders, resulting in a deliverable scheme that supports BCP's ambition with a much-needed regeneration in Poole. There have not been many consented major developments in Poole in recent years, with build costs and viability being some of the major issues. However, we understand the Council is eager to change that and is working closely with developers and stakeholders to bring forward deliverable developments. The sites required a sensitive and comprehensive response, which enhances and extends the quay whilst offering a sympathetic transition between the thriving waterfront and the existing surrounding residential context. It was key to have an inclusive design process from the outset, and so the team was tasked with a challenging job to delivering an exemplar sustainable development, a prime destination that would create many new homes and more employment that would benefit the local and wider community. The process began by educating ourselves with a thorough understanding of what makes Poole so unique, and we worked carefully with our heritage consultants to ensure our final scheme developed in an appropriate and considered way. The proposals are the product of many years' worth of design work, carefully developed in line with the feedback gained at various stages. Many design iterations have been presented to both BCPC Planning Department and Historic England and key stakeholders, alongside design reviews with the Design Southwest panel. We conducted a comprehensive consultation program, which was interactive and very well received. Local stakeholders and forums have also been consulted as part of the design process, along with the general public and many local businesses, to sculpt our proposals through various design iterations. This ensured that the design took reference from its historic past and deals with all the current issues and future challenges, including addressing flood risk concerns, providing permeability, creating a new destination, offering meaningful commercial units with active frontages, and accommodating the quay's pedestrianised future, all whilst providing a sustainable development. This is a fantastic exemplar of how a brownfield site can be brought forward as a catalyst for regeneration, providing more homes, generating more employment, delivering more facilities for the town, while binding the existing community. This is one of the best locations in Poole, which has been designated for regeneration by BCPC, and we are very proud that our proposals are a fantastic solution, both in design, deliverability, and use to bring life to this end of the quay, which it truly deserves. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We also have a ward councillor that wishes to speak on Teams. Councillor Mark Howell.
Thank you. Before I start speaking, I'd just like to, just for the benefit of members of the public, this is the first time I've submitted to this new planning committee in the pool setup, borough pool setup. We had an opportunity as councillors to speak and comment on the statements that were made immediately prior to our contribution, i.e. the fors and against that we just heard. I'm not able to do that because I've been required to submit a written statement in advance, which I'll now read. The part of the quay where the development site is located includes the old lifeboat station and fishermen's cottages. This area retains considerable character and is much loved by the people of Poole, so it is important that any development enhances rather than damages it. Unfortunately, it is clear from the drawings submitted and site visits that the block closest to the cottages would dominate them excessively and irreparably harm the character of this area. This is not just my opinion. Historic England, the council's conservation officer, Poole Quays Forum, and approximately 200 residents have written in to make this point. The conservation officer says in paragraph 78 of the report, the buildings fail to respectively step down to meet the low density, low scale terraced housing to the east and the north, as well as the open space of Beta and the promenade. The hotel would effectively terminate the commercial end of the quay with a building that would dominate and overwhelm in its monumentality without being grounded in its town context in terms of references to the existing scale and openness of the landscape and overall form and relationship with the existing neighbourhood. The application also conflicts with the council's own local plan, which requires any new development to drop down to a level sympathetic to the adjacent fishermen's cottages. Council officers are clearly under pressure to deliver housing, but approving excessively dense and dominating schemes makes the delivery of housing less likely. This is because the passing of planning permissions, which are not backed by developer capital, simply encourages landowners to believe that their property is worth more than it is, making it harder for genuine developers to put viable schemes together. The truth of this statement is validated by the number of large-scale permissions that remain unbuilt in central Poole. Poole's planning officers are also failing to appreciate that the viability of development is significantly affected by the quality of place. It is easy to assume, as many developers and landowners have done in the past, that waterfront property in central Poole is innately desirable. However, the reality is that most people who can afford to do so live nearer to the beaches. To encourage people to live in Central Pool, the council must engage in placemaking, something the leader and regeneration portfolio holder have now accepted, as demonstrated by the formation of the Urban Regeneration Company. Creating distinctiveness is an important element of placemaking. Maintaining the heritage of Pool Quay is therefore central to the successful regeneration of the town centre. Unfortunately, the planning officer appears to have little respect for this key differentiator and cultural attractor, and has failed to give sufficient weight to the harm that would be caused to Pool's heritage by this development. Bournemouth planning officers have just turned down an application to extend the Hilton Hotel in central Bournemouth on the grounds that, by reason of the siting scale and design of the extension, the development would represent a bulky and poor design, which would be detrimental to the character and appearance of the area and the setting of the neighbouring terrace. Bournemouth is only 200 years old, whereas Pool's history extends back over 800 years. However, it seems that in very similar circumstances, officers in Pool are prepared to inflict harm on their town, whereas Bournemouth officers were not. There appears to be a general acceptance that new developments will always be on a larger scale than existing development. However, planners and the planning committee are obliged by law to take into account and protect historic infrastructure. In such circumstances, they should take care to achieve an appropriate balance. It is now up to the councillors to take on the mantle of protectors of Pool's heritage, and I hope they will recognise the importance of doing so in this case. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Howell. Mr. Hodges, is there anything that you've heard from any of the submissions so far that you would like to come back on before I open up to board members?
No, thank you, Chairman. I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you. In that case, I will open up to board members. Is anyone? Councillor O'Neill.
Thank you, Chairman. I've got a number of questions, probably for the planning officer and roads. 6 or 7 of them, so I'll run through them, and perhaps those involved could answer separately on afterwards. The first one is, I do have a concern about the scale and massing of these buildings, and their potential impact on the right to light of surrounding residents. Can you confirm what light studies have been done as the sunlight moves from east to west during the course of a normal day? In terms of buildings C and D, can you confirm the height of, or the number of floors in each of those buildings? Observation, as you dig down, the cost of construction gets very expensive. Can you confirm whether or not the underground parking is to be accommodated within a flood or potential floodplain? Dolphin Quays is already a busy roadway, very popular during holiday time and with residents Friday, Saturday, Sunday in particular. However, it is a pinch point in front of the Dolphin Quay building. What consideration is being given to the credibility and the capability of the roads fronting this development, recognising there is already a pinch point in front of Dolphin Quays where it is noted that service vehicles and public service vehicles often get delayed? There was reference made to the local plan and 180 houses. This is a 27% increase. I'd appreciate further commentary on that. And lastly, Dolphin Quay itself, the materials used are already showing signs of ageing and weathering, and I think to the detriment of the area. What materials are to be used on the facades of these buildings, and what is its capability to withstand weathering? Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor O'Neill. Mr. Hodges, would you like to start on those? You're muted, Mr. Hodges.
Apologies. Yes, so Councillor O'Neill's first comment was about daylight sunlight assessment. Just going to take members to the relevant paragraphs in the report as that's set out in some detail. The applicant has submitted a daylight and sunlight assessment. Just so we start on that assessment from para 263 in the report, Chairman. So the sunlight and daylight assessment, you'll see that they have assessed the impacts to surrounding rooms on a number of measures. So there's no skyline measure, the vertical sky component measure, and also the annual probable sunlight hours. I'm not going to repeat all of that's set out in those paragraphs because it goes down to paragraph 283. So there's 20 paragraphs in there. But in effect, what the report done is looked at the surrounding properties which border the site and then assessed the impacts, and we've made a measured view on the basis of that. So that is set out in the report. Next question was about height and scales. Okay, so if I take you back to the street scene, I'll give you in effect a comparable analysis. So if we look at the street elevation A here, let me just get back to my notes on the presentation. Okay. So if we take this measure, we're looking at street elevation here, A here. If we take this measurement from the top of this part of Dolphin Quays to the ground floor, I get that at approximately 22 metres. To the ridge of Block A, I get that to 24 metres approximately. Ridge of Block B, I get that to 28 metres. To the ridge of Block C, I get that to 31 metres. To the highest point of the hotel here, I got to 29 metres, and then Block D to the rear at 19 metres. Just in context, that nearest point of Dolphin Quays isn't the tallest part of Dolphin Quays. In terms of scales, let me just get to my notes. So I've got them in here. So Block A is 50 units up to 5 levels. Block B 65 units up to 6. Block C 64 units up to 8. Block D 49 units up to 5. So hopefully that answers that question on heights and scales, Chairman. Floodplain, yes, it's deliberately showed the constraints mapping earlier in the presentation. So the red area is flood zone 3, the yellow area is flood zone 2. So the majority of the site is not within an area of flood risk, or is within flood zone 2, with parts of the site in flood zone 3. In terms of the roads and capacity, I'll pass over to Lee Smith at that point, Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Hodges. Good morning, Mr. Smith.
Good morning. Just on a couple of points raised by Councillor O'Neill there. With regards to the pinch point around the front of the quays, the existing Dolphin Quays building, that's actually what we call a restricted zone. It's designated for no loading at any time along that section. So obviously the road has a pinch point to keep traffic vehicles speeds down. We're trying to create a nice pedestrian environment there. So if there are service vehicles parking in that area, they shouldn't be doing. They're not allowed to do it at any time. So that'd be a matter for parking services to pick up, and certainly I can forward any sort of complaints regarding that onto them as to maybe do extra patrols in that area. With regards to the general assessment of the application, we're satisfied as Highway Authority that the assessments done by the applicant, and in particular our own assessments, has shown that the network capacity in the area can take the traffic flow from this development without causing significant harm. A key factor in that is there is an existing hotel and an existing car park as well, which obviously have an existing traffic generation. There will be more traffic on the roads due to this development, but we're satisfied the network can cope with that capacity without significant impact. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Perhaps Mr. Hodges for the questions on the increase for the local plan.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. So I've picked up that in para 355 in the planning balance. So yes, it's acknowledged that the scheme is above the level. Now the level's an approximate level, so it's on a minimum, it's on a maximum. So it requires a degree of interpretation. At what point is a scheme clearly not in compliance with the level that's only stated at approximate? And that could apply whether it was underdeveloped or overdeveloped. If you see what we set out in para 355 is if going above the 180 units was inherently unacceptable, then we would expect that to be revealed in other aspects and impacts of the scheme. That would be along impacts on the character of the area, the heritage impacts, impacts on neighbouring properties. So you see in the rest of the report how we've looked at those particular issues, and as we balance those out, we find that any impacts are outweighed by the benefits of the scheme overall. So as I say, the conclusion in para 355 of the report is that we shouldn't refuse the application simply because we're above that level. We would need to demonstrate the additional harm that flows from being above that approximate level in the policy. Just in terms of the materials, I might need to do a little bit more digging around just to clarify that. So I'm happy to come back to that one if possible, Chairman, please.
Yeah, that's absolutely fine, Mr. Hodges. Thank you. Councillor O'Neill.
Yeah, thank you, Jim. I suppose my only comments thus far would be in terms of the scale of this development, I'm still concerned, and I have a suspicion that may be a combination of land and infrastructure costs impacting the scale of the build. And I suppose what concerns me is ultimately if this were to be passed, is it likely ever to be built? Question mark. Also, I'd pick up on the commentary by the transport officer. I do accept what he says, but we have to think in joined up thinking. If I look at Dolphin Quays and the problems there, it's okay saying about parking restrictions, but the capability to enforce parking restrictions is somewhat limited. And I would hope that with a new build of this scale, that the potential for parking obstruction would be designed out of a development. That did not take place with Dolphin Quays. I'm just worried about compounding an already evident problem. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor O'Neill. Councillor Mike Brooke, please.
Fine, thank you, Chair. Two questions. The first one, just to seek confirmation that there are no affordable homes or financial contributions to affordable homes in this proposal. And secondly, you described it as a sustainable development. I have seen very, very little within the proposals that would match the idea of sustainable development in terms of addressing climate change. So any information relating to what is being done, for instance, I would say that the buildings are aligned totally inappropriately to maximise use of sunlight for heating purposes. They ought to be more east-west than north-south. But anyway, if we could have some information on those two points, Chair.
Mr. Hodges.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. Yes, we do address the issue of affordable housing in the report. So the requirement in this particular part of the local plan is for 10%, so it's a lower level of requirement in any case. In this situation, we have been through a viability testing with the applicant. You'll see from the heads of terms and the proposed legal agreement that we are securing considerable financial contributions on other matters, including highway improvements, education, particularly health provision, and the conclusion of the viability exercise is in effect that in this case it's not sufficiently viable to provide affordable housing at the 10% level as well. I'm just trying to find the particular paragraph in the report, so I could just confirm that for you, but I can confirm that we have done that exercise. Just moving on in terms of the sustainability. The sustainability issues are wide-ranging in how you approach a scheme, but in terms of those issues about the design and the orientation and the renewable aspects of the buildings, you'll see that there's a commentary from paragraph 321 onwards about renewable energy and BREEAM standards, and we're satisfied in this case that the scheme will be hitting those targets, and so we're policy compliant on those issues, and therefore our view is we don't have any reason to object on those particular issues, Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Hodges. Councillor Brooke, do you wish to come back?
I just, only in terms of affordable housing, yet again, another scheme without any affordable housing. This is just getting absolutely ridiculous that developments of this size cannot provide even 10% affordable housing, either within the building or a financial contribution. I do note all the other points where financial provision is being required, but affordable housing is one of our most important needs, and it fails totally on that score.
Thank you. Councillor Stribley, please.
Thank you, Chairman. The questions I was going to ask have been answered. So I'll just make some comments. I have recently visited the site, although I know it well over many years. I don't have a problem with the principle of redevelopment here. I don't have a problem with the general design. I do have a problem with the fact that this end of the quay, which one would assume would drop in scale as it goes towards the cottages and the lifeboat, the historic lifeboat station, is actually larger and higher than the rest of the historic quay. Though I do also take the point that in this day and age, maybe we shouldn't be looking at the old alignment. We should be perhaps looking at more eco-friendly design in that case. I remember this part of the quay from when actually it was a coal yard and you had to drive under the coal gantry if you walk under it, if you were going along there, because that was where the coal and coke was offloaded for the gas, the power station, the gas which was on the Beta site. So this was a very industrial area, and it is characterized by small cottages, historic cottages, which are now extremely nice homes, but they were built before anybody owned a car. And so the whole area is already very overparked with vehicles owned by residents in the area, and indeed, where else can they go? The main part of the quay is closed to traffic in the summer, so you are left with the access from Old Orchard with a very narrow pinch point. One vehicle only can go either way at that point, so everything is held up to the very small roundabout to the east of this site, and the very narrow roads of Ballard Road and through the old town. I wonder how 228 new residential dwellings and a 118-room hotel with function rooms attached and restaurant can possibly survive there. We're told there are going to be 59 parking spaces for a 118-room hotel. Well, presumably they will have a considerable number of staff. Now, many of those may get there on foot or by bike, but some of them will undoubtedly have vehicles to get there. If the hotel is full, you'll probably have 118 guests arriving by car. A few might come by train and walk from the station, but the majority. But when there is a function there, and I've been to many functions at the Quay Hotel in the past, you get 200 or 300 guests turning up. So you've got at least 100 cars turning up each evening. Where are they going to go each time there is a function on? 228 residential places in addition, but you have very few car parking spaces for those. Now these are going to be apartments on the quay, which will not be in the affordable zone. As I think is recognised by the council, the majority of them will be second homes or bought as investments. Now, people may not be there all the time, but when they are, they will certainly all have a vehicle, which they will need to park somewhere, and they will often have guests and visitors, and they will need to park somewhere. Not all will come by train and tramp down the high street to that. So I have a considerable problem in there, and I'm minded of Chicago, where I saw a 110-story high building, but not only did it have basement car parking, the first 23 floors were parking, because they insist there, although America's not short of space, that every apartment has at least one car parking space, plus space for guests. And I think in this area, we should certainly be doing that. If we were looking at affordable housing, maybe we could go for a slightly lower standard, because not everybody buying their first home can afford to run a car at the same time. But I am really concerned about the serious lack of parking, and that could well be dealt with, not just by the underground car parking, but perhaps by making the ground floors, the rear of the ground floors of these residential buildings also parking, maybe the second floor too, if necessary. It would not detract from the look. It would slightly, of course, reduce the number of apartments, but that again would reduce the pressure. Like Councillor Brooke, I am appalled that there is no provision whatsoever, nor contribution towards affordable homes. And this council has already recognised the fact that waterfront homes are often bought as second homes or by the very wealthy. And further on the quay, homes are to be built which will be bought by this council and rented to local people. So that this council has recognised it, and I think we should recognise it here. I do believe the development should taper down towards the east and not be so imposing on the cottages. It's certainly not in line with Pool's long-term ambitions for this site and the transition in scale. The tourism offer is stressed, and yes, Pool Quay is a wonderful tourist attraction, and yes, a good hotel there with excellent function rooms will be a great tourist attraction and a great advantage to Pool. But you have to accommodate their ability to visit. I recently went on a boat trip on the quay. One evening, it wasn't a particularly hot evening, it wasn't a particularly busy evening on the quay, a boat taking 70 odd people. It was very difficult to find somewhere in Pool to park. I actually knew where we could go, but a lot of the guests were unable to park. Pool is very short of public parking spaces. That is one of the things that has affected the vibrancy of the high street over years. We have the Towngate car park, we have a tiny car park off, the name escapes me in a moment, the little lane. There are one or two off Leyland Road, but they are small car parks, and there are no major car parks. There is the Strand Street car park, a multi-storey, built in the 60s, which is very inadequate for modern vehicles, and many people won't go into it or use it because it was designed before vehicles were anywhere near the size they are today. So all in all, Chairman, I am very much sadly against this. I would love to see a good development there. I would love to see better parking provision. I would prefer to see the development tapering down towards the east, but I believe it's overdevelopment of the site, lack of parking, lack of affordable housing or any contribution, and it's an inappropriate scale on the historic quay. And I would propose refusal on those grounds if anybody at the end of the debate is willing to second me. Sorry? Oh, thank you.
I second that. Would you like to speak now, Councillor Barron?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. It's the sheer size of the proposed. It's completely wrong in the street scene and will completely dominate the cottages at Ballard Road, Stanley Road and the old lifeboat station. I welcome the pitched roofs of the design and I welcome the separate units. You know, when you first look at this application, you think, oh, actually, it looks okay. But when you go to the site and you visit it and you look at the plans closely, it's far too much. It's it's overdevelopment. You know, Dolphin Quays, a lot of people locally at the time, including myself, were appalled by that development, and I still struggle to actually like it to this day. And to dominate that is just not acceptable at all. The tree officer's concerns are completely valid. The notion that the existing trees will nicely screen the proposed from Perry Gardens, I can't see them lasting. You know, they're used to a lot of light as it is. They'll be heavily pruned. There's probably, after what we've just seen happen at Whitecliff, it could possibly get vandalised. It's very regrettable there's no affordable housing. Something slightly wrong with our system, if that's the case on a development of this size. I completely share Paul Key Forum's concerns, and I will not be supporting this application. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Barron. I'm going to bring in Mr. Smith very shortly from the Highways and Transport point of view, but one thing I will remind members of that this does meet our newly adopted SPD as far as parking goes, and as councillors we all voted on that in council, so I find it very difficult that after we've adopted it that it still forms very much a part of our objections when we're dealing with planning applications. We are trying to go green, and I think it was accepted as at the time of adopting the SPD it was going to be difficult to get through this, and we all know about the parking, we all understand it, but we do have to try and go to the less use of vehicles if possible. I know it's going to be a long time before it happens. We can't change people's minds overnight. I'd just like to remind people about that, and I'm going to quickly bring in Councillor Stribley.
Chairman, I agree with you on the SPD, but we are not talking about a bus route. We're not talking about anywhere near public transport. This is a different ball game on
if you read,
and I think we have to live in the real world.
If you'd like to read your report, it does say in paragraph 302 that with this development, providing car parking excess of the level stated in the SPD, it needs to provide mitigation. A contribution of £180,000 towards the Route 1 bus service is required to appropriate mitigation. Okay. Mr. Smith, would you like to come in, please?
Yes, certainly, Chair. I think principally to talk about the parking SPD, which you just referred to, so and just perhaps give you some in terms of the hotel side of the application. We're looking at a 118 bed hotel. Under our SPD, it would need 0.5 spaces per bedroom, which is 59 parking spaces for this development, the hotel, and it's providing 65. So the hotel complies with the SPD. As you referred to, under the parking SPD, the residential and commercial aspects of this development could provide zero parking, and they would comply with the parking SPD. So the original application actually came in with more parking than is shown on the proposal, and as Highway Authority we sought that to be reduced to get more compliance with the parking SPD. It still has a provision, so then we have to consider as Highway Authority, do we support an application which the parking SPD encourages zero parking, but it's actually providing some parking? And what we look at there is what is the applicant doing to mitigate that parking it's providing? What is it doing to encourage sustainable modes? And as you've already referred, Chair, the Route 1 service operates outside the site. It's a fairly frequent service during the day, but we're securing £180,000 towards that Route 1 service. And what we'll look at is things like extending that service into the evening to cover maybe more commuting times, because the Route 1 service provides a good link to the bus station and the town centre train station. So there is £180,000 there. We're securing 2 car clubs on the site as well to encourage low car use. There's also within the Section 106 a travel plan being secured, and within that, within the report, it refers to a 3-month voucher for travel on either free bus, free train or car club vouchers, which will be open to every household. So the applicant is doing a significant amount to mitigate the fact that he's providing parking. And as I said, it could come in with zero parking for residential, and the Highway Authority would support the application because it would comply with the parking SPD. And I think perhaps one of the points is regards to town centre public car parks. Apart from perhaps the 6 weeks a year, the summer holidays, and when we have events on the quay, actually there is capacity in the town centre car parks, and the Old Orchard car park, I think, Councillor Stribley, just off the Strand, has capacity for the majority of the year, and the hotel can obviously advertise the fact that it doesn't have any parking and public car parks should be used. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. I'm going to bring in Councillor Mike Brook, please.
Fine, thank you, Chair. I think we're all agreed in that development on this site, in principle, would be welcome, but it has to be the right development. And I'm not convinced that this particular development and proposal is. While I respect the views of the case officer and what he says in the presentation, I also respectfully disagree with those views insofar as I do not believe that the advantages and the benefits do outweigh the harm. I believe the harm actually is sufficiently significant for us to go for refusal, as has been proposed already. My main concerns are, again, as Mr. Councillor Stribley referenced, the lack of compatibility with the existing cottages. The height difference with the hotel is totally dominating. It makes it overbearing and totally out of character with the conservation area. So there is significant harm there. I think it might have been Councillor Barron or Councillor O'Neill who made reference to the separate units. The spacing actually is quite good insofar as it does allow separate buildings and views through. But I have real concerns that the spacing actually relative to the height of the buildings is inadequate, because inevitably the shadowing effects, and I know there is reference to shadowing in the report, but quite frankly, the height of those buildings for at least half those units towards the rear are basically going to be in shade nearly all the time, other than when the sun is directly south and pointing down there. And in winter, it is going to be really, really depressing. And therefore, there is sufficient argument, I believe, in terms of the impact that will have on the quality of life of those who actually live in those apartments facing inwards to each other. And anyway, who wants to look at a solid block of brick and glass only a few feet away? I mean, there must be significant overlooking issues and privacy issues if we're not careful with this sort of development. The other point on the design, and I don't believe it's a high quality design, is that while the view from the south is fairly attractive, and I say that with reservations, coming from the east or the west, the appearance is going to be just a solid block, solid mass of brick and glass, which is totally alien to that area. And so even on that alone, I would be prepared to reject this. And so, as you can gather, I will not be supporting when it comes to a vote.
Thank you, Councillor Brooke. I'm going to bring in Mr. Perrins, please.
So thank you, Chairman. I was just going to draw attention that Kerry Ruff is here as officer to provide some context around affordable housing and the viability exercise. If members think that'd be useful to bring her in just to talk about that, because as has been raised around the issue of lack of affordable housing. We feel that it has followed policy approach in terms of that process, but perhaps if you would like, Chairman, Kerry can be brought in to advise further on that.
Yeah, I actually think it would be good to hear what they have to say. Seems it has been mentioned by several members this morning, please, Mr. Perrins.
Thank you. Kerry, are you there to be brought in?
Yeah, sure, I'm here. Good morning, councillors. I'm equally disappointed about the situation that this application doesn't provide a provision to affordable housing. As you know, affordable housing does sit outside of all of the statutory requirements. It's subject to viability, and the viability has been scrutinised by the District Valuation Service with a number of, how can I put it, challenges made over the applicant's viability. The bit that's really sort of hammered a nail in the coffin for affordable housing on this particular viability is the pending bill on ground rents. That was a significant part of the scheme viability for this particular application and will feature quite a bit in future applications. As you know, the government are seeking to tighten up on ground rents and charges. Had the application been considered with what would have been considered a normal ground rent regime as currently stands, the application would have been able to make a financial contribution to affordable housing. However, it was felt it was short-sighted to put that or implement that into the viability / any Section 106 agreement on the basis that very quickly we know this bill is due to come in the next 12 months or so, and would then be a renegotiated aspect with the applicants and the developers on that note. There is, however, a suggestion from the applicants, as I'm aware, going back through various recounts of emails back and forth, is that the applicants are prepared for a review of the scheme should ground rent positions change or a bill not come in that would enforce a stifling of ground rent charges. Highly unlikely, but nevertheless we could have a hook into the agreement that allows us to go back and relook at this should that situation change. It is otherwise in a deficit, quite a significant deficit, to the tune of over £750,000 without the ground rent aspect, but the ground rent can push it into a positive position on the viability. Happy to take any further questions if that doesn't clarify.
Thank you. Councillor Stribley, was your question
Yes,
relating to that?
Chairman,
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm quite appalled to hear that the decision is being taken on what might be future legislation. We should be dealing, and we're told always we can't deal with what was past legislation. We certainly can't deal with what might be future legislation, whether it's bill in progress or not. We should be making the decision on legislation as it is. Then if that bill comes into being, we should be prepared to renegotiate, and I don't have a problem with that. But it's certainly the cart before the horse in this case. I was going to use a rather more downgrade expression, but I'm sorry, I won't do that as we're being recorded. I am absolutely appalled at the officers' take on this one, and I think probably most of colleagues here would agree.
Thank you, Councillor Stribley. I'll now come back to the other members that have indicated. Councillor Johnson.
Thank you, Chairman. No, I would want to come back on Councillor Stribley's point, because if we are, I understand the lack of wanting to look at the lack of wanting to be short-sighted in regards to this thing, but if, as it stands, it would be possible to have affordable housing in there, I think that certainly has to be the stand that we take, and maybe condition that if the rules change within a year, by which time this won't have been built, I would be far more comfortable if we flip the way we've approached this and look at then renegotiating to say, okay, no, affordable housing is no longer viable. But I'd be far happier starting out with the affordable housing, at least a monetary contribution in there, and then going forward and looking at it the other way. However, I believe that is where my agreement ends with the councillors that have already spoken, because I do agree that there is some harm to the surrounding area. However, I don't believe it's as significant as the other members who have spoken previous to me, because I like the way this looks. I think it's a modern take on it, and in conservation areas, when we are looking at development, we have to add in things that we would hope we would want to conserve in the future, and I believe that's exactly what this is. You know, I think they are high quality design. I think it provides a stunning view from the south and from the quay. From the other oblique angles, given the surrounding areas, I think the street scene show we will see differing views and slightly less attractive views. But I think the way that the hotel wraps around the end of the site mitigates that to a fair extent, and I think the hotel rather bookends the site quite nicely with the height of Dolphin Quays at the far end of this particular crop of land. You know, they're similar. They might be slightly taller, but the tallest one is in the middle of the site, and I don't think that has any overbearing effect on anything around it, because, like I say, it's in the middle of the site, and they do step down only slightly, but they do step down to either side. The parking, I can't say anything on that. It got 100 space over provision on parking, so I can't say, and I can't see how we can say that there's an under provision given our policy. And you know, the affordable housing, like I've said, you know, for the first time I could understand that why there wasn't any, but given what's come to light from the officer there, I think we have to approach it in the way that I set out earlier. And with the shading assessments, you know, they do disagree with what's been said here. They say that there will be minimal shading even during the winter, given the separation. And if that's what the shading assessments say, then you know, we do have to give significant weight to the reports put together by professionals. So, you know, this is a balanced decision. There will be some harm, but quite frankly, I think this will enhance the conservation area. It's a really attractive new development, and you know, conservation is protection, but it's not holding back from any development. I can't see that the harm outweighs the significant benefits that a scheme of this size and quality will provide. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. Councillor Simon Bull, please.
Thank you, Chair. A lot, of course, has already been said, but I'll just at the heart of Poole lies the historic seafront, one of the best locations in Poole. And I think we really need to bear that in mind and do the best for it. We don't want to damage the conservation area or the heritage of the area. And I feel this site is, the mass and bulk is too much. I agree with Councillor Stribley on this occasion, at least, that it should be steeped downwards. So where the hotel is should be a lower level. I can't say much on the viability formula, which we know it doesn't work on so many developments. Here's another one where it doesn't work. What a surprise. Traffic, the SPD is what it is. I do fear if this does go ahead and is built, we will have a lot of cars driving around, emitting carbon, looking for places to park. But that is part of the effect of the SPD we have in place. There is one aspect that it's a development of 228 homes. Some of them don't meet the standard size. I know we haven't adopted that, but the national minimum space standard in a number of areas, quite a minor amount. But on a development this big, why does it need to pinch corners anywhere? But okay, I'm pretty much decided that I won't be supporting this. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Bull. Councillor Peter Hall, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Well, I've listened to a lot of the debate and I agree that, in my opinion, it's such a fantastic site. The location is absolutely wonderful. And I think the scale and bulk of this proposal is going to be harmful to the conservation area and to the heritage in the site, in the area. So I won't be supporting it. I'll be supporting the refusal. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hall. Just to let Councillor Bull know that actually all the properties on there do meet the national standards and the pool local plan size standards. No, they will meet them. Yeah, of course you can.
What I also meant to mention or ask, is there any way that we can condition that if this is built, it doesn't get used by B&B? Is that?
No, you can't stop people using their homes for whatever they want to use them for. Councillor Borthwick.
I support the majority in the room that affordable housing is once again being somewhat ignored. And to me, I don't care about this and that. I want accommodation for people who are homeless. People of normal stature will not be able to afford to buy one of these buildings right on the seafront. They go for an astronomical money, so they'll never be affordable. So I think this developer should offer some affordable homes somewhere else if he wants to develop anything like this. I just and the domination of the building itself against those poor cottages, it's going to be absolutely awful. Actually, being overbearing. What's the people going to be looking at? Shutting the curtains all day to keep out the people using the hotel? A ridiculous situation. I just 228 units, and we can't afford something at the beginning on affordable homes. How did it get past the first stage of not even being mentioned? I'm just appalled. I just don't understand how people can talk about housing when we've got such a dire need for it. We really have. I really think that this council's got to think more about affordable homes, and they've got to be affordable because people don't earn great wages down this way, and the wages are not that good, so it affects what they can buy. So I can't support this application.
Thank you, Councillor Borthwick. Members, at this moment in time, I have a majority of you going towards a refusal, but I would just ask you to get ready some or plenty of planning policy reasons for your decisions for a refusal. Is there anyone else that wishes to come in and speak on this application? I will give you time to think about your reasons. Councillor Stribley.
Thank you, Chairman. I've heard what's been said on parking and the SPD, but I'm afraid I know we're stuck with that, but I'm definitely not in favour of that and have never supported that. I do believe we need to be practical and sensible. However, I do believe that this is overdevelopment of the site. Its scale, because it doesn't taper down towards the eastern end, is inappropriate on the historic quay. Lack of affordable housing provision, I think, is key. What may happen in future bills is neither here nor there. We must deal with the here and now. And I think that is a prime reason for refusal at this time. I would appreciate any advice from officers as to what are other reasonable concerns in planning terms for refusal, or from other colleagues on this committee.
Councillor Barron, is there anything from your point of view?
Well, the trees could be mentioned. I was just looking for the arboricultural officer's report on that, actually. Just a second. I think
It does not add, or it detracts from the historic buildings and the area and the around and the conservation areas, and also the extremely narrow streets with no provision for additional parking.
Okay, I'm going to bring in Mr. Firth. Mr. Firth, would you like to come in first, and then followed by Mr. Perrins, please?
Yeah, Chairman, just to pick up on a couple of points, if I may. Just on that question that a member raised about B&B, just to say the use of the property will depend on the extent to which you depart from a dwelling, and B&Bs generally fall in a different use class, but in view of the way members are going, I expect that's not going to be a relevant matter for what we're debating about now. The other thing I would say is, in view of what Councillor Stribley just said, I mean, we've heard the highway officer explain in some detail as to why that he considers the proposal will accord with policy and the SPD. So I think if members were minded to put a reason for refusal in that respect, they need to really explain why they think it's appropriate to depart from the SPD in this particular case.
Thank you, Mr. Firth. Mr. Perrins.
So, thank you, Chair. It was just to bring back the point around affordable housing. We heard from Kerry about the issue that overage is not currently in the heads of terms. So it's basically saying that if that were something of interest in terms of trying to achieve affordable housing on this site, which obviously everybody would like to see, then that would be a matter for deferment. We couldn't really do it in this meeting today. And there may well be, given what we've heard today, there may be some scope for a deferment generally, to see whether the applicant will be prepared to do anything about scale and the bulk of the mass, which is obviously a concern. So that could be an option for committee today. In the context that this is a key allocation, it is a key regeneration site. There is a willing applicant developer before us. Okay, there are some issues, but that may well be an option which planning committee could consider to cover those two issues off in a bit more detail and bring it back at a later date.
Thank you, Mr. Perrins. Members, you've just heard what Mr. Perrins has said. Councillor Stribley, are you still wishing to go ahead with your call for refusal, or would you like to go for a deferral?
I'm minded to stay with refusal in view of the vast number of objections that we've had from the Poole Keys Forum and other local organisations that have an interest in the area and who are not against development of the appropriate development of the site. I just think this is too much. And the officers have failed to negotiate anything thus far that I think I would be minded to be advised by colleagues on this committee, but personally I'm minded to go for refusal.
Thank you, Councillor Stribley. Members, any other comments from anyone here regarding that? If not, I'll bring Mr. Hodges in.
I do know that the officer has left the door open, in my opinion, when he said there is a chance that we could change things. So it doesn't have to die a death here today, but I can't, I listened to that and I think, well, there is an alternative somewhere along the line, which we've not been told about yet, but hopefully in the future we can do.
Yeah. Mr. Hodges.
Thank you, Chairman. I just want to get obviously some clarity on the move and the reasons for members' refusal. The first item I picked up from Councillor Stribley was about the failure to step the building down in scale. I just want to caution members on that issue and make sure that they are clear and understanding on the design of the building before we use that as a reason for refusal. In particular, just looking at this, the layout of the building's in effect in two wings and linked. So the tallest part of the building is the southern elevation. This is then linked to this lower wing, which is the wing closest to the properties, residential properties to the east. This building is stepping down and is stepping down quite a lot. So by the time we actually get to this elevation on here, we're down to 3.5 stories. So members need to be clear on that issue. There are 2, 3, 4-story existing residential properties in the vicinity adjoining the site. We need to be able to demonstrate that there's still harm from that, and then that isn't addressing that part of the policy that members have referred to. I think it's in T12. So I'd welcome a comment or a clarification that they are clear on that aspect, but they are still satisfied that that's still harmful, Chair.
Right. We also have overdevelopment, Mr. Hodges.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. I mean, that's a matter of interpretation, isn't it? We should be clear that we've got an allocation in the local plan. We've got an allocation for a hotel, an allocation for 180 and approximately 180 units. In order to deliver that on the site, that is going to result in buildings of scale. So we need to be cognizant of that we've got an allocation. If we're going to hit that allocation, we're going to have development of scale on the site. And that will inevitably, unless the actual footprint of the buildings is considerably higher, in which point we will lose a lot of these benefits in terms of the greening of the environment, the through routes, the permeability, the urban design, the public realm. We will have to get a lower development, a lot more site coverage potentially. So we need to be clear that what's the difference in terms of that approximate level in the local plan against what we're seeing on the site now, and where that harm is, because in effect at the point we're at 180 units, there's no arguments about compliance with the plan, and how much different does a 180 unit scheme look to what we're looking at the moment, Chair?
Yeah, I'm just going to pause for a couple of minutes while we have a very short comfort break. Okay, we're back in the session again. Sorry about that, people. We just needed a very quick comfort break there for a couple of people. So I'll go back to Mr. Hodges. He was looking for clarification on the scale and the overdevelopment side, and also our reasons for going against the parking SPD. Do we have anything further that we can add to that for him in case of appeal or etc.?
Chairman, I hope the applicants will come back with an amended plan which alleviates some of the concerns that have been raised by all the objectors, who I think made very careful and very well thought out representations.
Okay. Mr. Hodges, are you happy with what you have?
No, I think we're lacking a great degree of clarity in terms of reasons for refusal and a decision notice at this point, Chairman. And there isn't anything I would be happy to be defending at an appeal. So, are we submitting a design reason for refusal on height and scale and being out of character with the conservation area?
I think that is the gist of what they are saying.
Okay. I'm satisfied in terms of members are clear. They're voting because they consider there's the extent of development on the site is excessive height, and therefore there's a harm to the character and appearance of the conservation area and the wider character of the area. Is that acceptable to Councillor Stribley?
Yeah, that's what I had written down. That was one of the points that was brought up, that it just distracts from the conservation area.
Okay. There was a question about the parking SPD. Are we clear? Are we continuing with that as a reason for refusal? You've had comment from legal services on that matter, Chairman. As I say, we would need reasons why we're going against our own recently adopted guidance in that regard.
Yeah, Councillor O'Neill.
On that, yes, the council did agree a parking SPD. However, there still remains genuine concerns over the reality and the outcome of that. I would remind councillors that we're targeted to build 2,700 homes per year over the next few years, and I suspect that the ability to take cars off the road will be exceeded by the new build developments. The only other comment I'd make is with regards to the hotel itself. 118 bedrooms, I recall, with 59 parking spaces. Any hotelier running an occupation level of 50% would be very concerned about the viability of the hotel. So I'm not sure that the parking requirement of the hotel meets the ideal occupation aimed for. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Stribley.
Chairman, it's only a recently adopted SPD, and I do think maybe in the light of experience, we might well need to revisit that, because we are looking at a hotel, with less than half its provision, and I'm told, okay, technically it's over provided because we'd need half. There is nothing there for staff, but it's also a hotel, we've been told, with function room and restaurant. Where is the parking provision for that? It's one thing about the residential part of the hotel, it's quite another about the visitors which such a hotel would expect and would reasonably hope to get. I mean, when the Key Thistle was operating fully, although its function room wasn't wonderful in that it had no outlook or anything else, and this will be quite different at the top of the hotel, it was still very busy, and it was still, unless you got there early, impossible to park in the hotel grounds. So I do think we perhaps need to be realistic about it. And the other thing, moving towards electric vehicles, how many electric charging points would be there? We need, I think, a bit further information.
That is included in the report.
It is in the report somewhere, as it sort of gets lost in the mire of that. Thank you. I do hope that in due course we can, as a council, revisit this parking SPD. It might be appropriate in some places, but I don't think the end of Pool P is one of them.
Councillor Barron.
Thank you, Chairman. I'll just bring your attention to the Arboricultural Officer's report. where he or she, questions the potential work and the potential damage to change of soil levels on the site. And he said that the proposal was considered to be contrary to Section 72 of the Planning, List of Buildings and Conservation Areas Act 1990 and Criteria Policy PP27 and the adopted Pool Local Plan 2018. So I guess that could be put in as well, because it's those trees are, they were quoted in the report as providing sort of privacy and a softening in the landscape between the proposed and Perry Gardens. So they were an important, they are an important consideration. So I could see they probably won't survive. Okay. In all honesty. Thank you.
Councillor O'Neill.
Thank you. Just one small point, Chairman. The officer involved did actually promise to come back on materials weathering and ageing.
He did indeed, and it does say on here that he will do. He does have that information. I'm going to come back to Mr. Hodges first. Are you happy with the trees on PP27, Mr. Hodges?
Chairman, I was just wondering if it would be sensible to bring in Mr. Firth, because he's got his hand up at this point before we progress further with the reasons for refusal.
Yeah, before I bring in Mr. Firth, I'll actually bring in Mr. Smith with regards to the function rooms. Mr. Smith?
Yes, Chair. With regards to the parking SPD, again, being Zone A in the town centre, the parking SPD has a lot of encouragement for zero parking. And again, if we were to, the hotel, as I already mentioned, complies, but if you looked at separate uses in that parking SPD, such as conference centres, which is probably similar to a function room, again in Zone A, it's a zero parking requirement. The actual parking SPD says nil, use public car parks, and I think that's perhaps an example that as a highway authority we consider the public car parks in the town centre can take these additional uses. So conference centres, leisure uses in the town centre are zero parking. The hotel actually is quite one of the rare uses within the SPD which does actually specify a parking requirement within the town centre.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. My opinion on this is that I would personally be reluctant to use parking as a point of refusal on this, because we do have an SPD and this application is meeting with that SPD. And I think we are just opening ourselves up to a huge award of costs. If we go and appeal against something that is actually our own policy, we would look rather ridiculous to the inspectorate. I think the time and place for discussions on the SPD is not within this room today. I think it is something that maybe needs to be taken up with a portfolio holder outside of this meeting. And my personal opinion is I think we will be daft to deal with the SPD as a reason for refusal. It does seem to me like we have several other reasons for it already. And just on the parking SPD, I think I need to point out that in Bournemouth we have several large hotels that do not have sufficient parking. We also have one that was recently granted planning permission with absolutely no parking whatsoever. And I think it is down for the hotel users and for the hotel owners to specify to their guests that there is no parking. And none of us in this room are hotel owners. We are not businessmen. We are not hotel business people. And it is down to them. If they feel that they can have a hotel with no parking, it's down to them. I'm sure that if they thought they needed that parking, they wouldn't be putting in an application to build a hotel with minimal parking. But, just a few points that you might want to think about. But I would urge against using the parking SPD as a reason for refusal on this one. The other points I understand, Councillor Barron, your point on the trees, I fully understand your reasonings for that and I accept those, and I think they would be a good reason for using. But I will leave it to the mover and seconder if they wish to continue with the parking SPD one. Steve? No, I think we would be barking up a tree with no bones if we went to the parking SPD one, because there is no reason for us to refuse it. It meets our own policy. Yes, I know. I couldn't actually get the right one out. My brain went dead. Okay, I'll come back to Mr. Hodges, please.
Thank you, Chairman. So I think we're still clear on the first reason of refusal about impact and scale and the extent of development, and then the impact on the character of the area.
Yeah.
Are we clear that we are not pursuing a highways reason for refusal, Chair?
We are not, no.
Okay, thank you. Tree reason for refusal, I understand, noted. Were there are other items mentioned in the debate. One particularly was around overshadowing and impacts on that. There is a report submitted by the applicant which just set out that in some detail. We've no reason to, or we don't have any evidence to dispute that. So I would be concerned about a reason for refusal that alleged overshadowing and loss of daylight sunlight when we've got a report which shows that those impacts are actually acceptable. So unless the reason is related to another neighbour's living conditions impact, which I don't believe we've discussed, I'd just like clarity on whether we were continuing that as a reason for refusal as well, Chairman.
Yeah, thank you. The other one, of course, was the affordable housing.
Yes, and again, this is one where I think we would have to caution against, bearing in mind the exercise that we have been through in terms of making a robust assessment of that case. I feel that we would very much be on hiding to nothing in terms of a reason for refusal for affordable housing reasons, Chairman.
Thank you. Yeah, come on.
If I could come back on that, we were told that using today's criteria, there would certainly be a demand for affordable housing, and it's only the possibility of a bill going through Parliament at some time in the future, which may or may not happen, depending on how long this government lasts and all sorts of other things, that could be renegotiated should the position change. So I think we are the wrong way on about that, and the scale and overdevelopment is out of context and out of scale with the local plan, which was a very recently adopted local plan. So to go some 40% or whatever above for cramming in apartments and so on, I think there's really no excuse for that. The local plan is meant to be the guideline, and to ignore it by such an extent, I think is totally inappropriate.
Councillor O'Neill, you wanted to come back in?
Yeah, it was just a point of clarification, Chairman. The officer mentioned that he'd received a report on related to the effect on light and overshadowing. Obviously from the way it was stated from the developer or the architects. Does that confirm that we accept things on face value and don't do our own checks and balances on these claims? Thank you.
Mr. Hodges?
Yes, I mean the fundamental point is that if the local authority receives a report setting out a technical issue from a suitably qualified and experienced person, we're entitled to rely on that information in terms of making our decisions. So the local authority does not have the knowledge, capacity, skills to assess every single aspect of a scheme that put forward to us. So yes, we are entitled to rely on that information where it's produced by a suitably qualified person.
Thank you for that clarity.
Thank you. Councillor Barron?
Thank you, Chairman. As we've said many times, we can only judge what's before us. If before me today had been a hotel to the left-hand side and then buildings step down, separate buildings step down, then I'd be more, supporting that application, but I can't support this. And there's 200 objections. If you read closely Paul Key Forum's, excellent reasons, it speaks absolute volumes. And I, as a local councillor, I don't want to be remembered as the person that was responsible for something so inappropriate in such a sensitive area. Paul, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Brooke?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, speaking up on the issues of what might be, Councillor Strickler's mentioned number of inspectors' reports on appeal that I've read that refer to having received comments that are inappropriate because they are in the future or not there, and that the inspector has to rely on what he has before him. And we're always told with every planning application that we consider, we can only consider what is at this present time. I think to be saying we can't put an objection in on the basis of what might be is totally inappropriate. So I think we must continue along that line of our argument with affordable housing.
Thank you. Mr. Hodges.
Thank you, Chairman. So that's noted. I think we're at 3 reasons for refusal there. Would that be correct? So we would design character impact, impact on trees, and the affordable housing aspect.
Yeah.
And I think Mr. Firth and Mr. Gould wish to come in, Chair.
Yeah, Mr. Gould.
Thank you, Chairman. Yeah, just to sort of review the reasons for refusal, because the scheme is providing a net gain in terms of resident accommodation. If members are going to refuse it, we would need to add policy PP 32 from the pool local plan, which picks up on the Dorset Heathlands contribution and the pool harbour nitrates contribution as well, which we would obviously seek as standard if we were approving it. So we'd need to build that into a reason for refusal, because obviously we'd need to defend that on an appeal.
Yeah.
And there's also some clarity still on this overage clause around the lack of affordable housing and whether there would want to be any reference to that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Firth.
Chairman, just coming in very much on the point Simon just made. We talked about the affordable housing. I mean, we've also talked about that would be securing a financial contribution towards affordable housing. I actually don't know, because we're not in the position to know, I don't think at this moment, whether or not affordable housing could be provided on site or through financial contributions. But in itself, it would be helpful just to know if members might accept an overage, because if we're capturing a reason for refusal relating to affordable, then one thing the applicant could do is try and address that through a 106 if it was available.
Councillor Stribley.
Chairman, if all else fails, I guess an overage is acceptable, but an overage actually is very difficult to provide affordable housing elsewhere. I would have thought Block D would have been a perfect spot to provide affordable housing. It is to the rear of the site, so it's not taking up prime position. It is facing the more historic areas of the town. I need perhaps more expert advice. I would have preferred the affordable housing to be on site, because I don't think it's inappropriate in this area. It's not like putting affordable housing down on the end of sandbanks where nobody else has any affordable housing. This is in an area surrounded by affordable housing, and I would have thought Block D would have been an ideal location for such.
Thank you. Mr. Hodges.
And would add to the community as well.
Chairman, I noticed that Kerry Ruff was looking to speak at that point. I don't know if that would be helpful on the affordable housing issues.
Yep, that'll be good. Thank you.
No, councillors. So the viability subject to the ground rents discussion that was had earlier was suggesting a financial contribution. On site is quite difficult in flats. Not saying it's impossible, but it needs to take on an entire block. Otherwise, we usually can't find a provider that's prepared to take them on, because they cannot control the service charge. Service charge being critical to a property remaining affordable.
In which case, Chairman, reluctantly I am prepared to accept an overage, but in giving a lease on apartments, the affordable flats could have a different contributions to the rest of them. I wouldn't have thought there was a real problem. It's just that developers don't want to do it.
Mr. Hodges?
I was just wondering if Kerry Marie Ruff is better placed to answer that particular question, Chair.
Kelly?
So are you asking that the A block is conditioned to remain at a controlled service charge?
I'm not sure that we're actually in a position to be able to do that.
No, and not necessarily, Chairman.
No.
It could be a portion of the block. All sorts of things can be arranged. I know a block of flats, 3 stories, where the top floor has all the responsibility for the roof, the ground floor has all the responsibility for any subsidence, and the middle floor has no responsibility for anything.
I think we're probably more going to go down the line for an overage clause. I think that would probably be better. Then that way it can be spent off-site, which is normally a better way of doing it anyway on some of these types of developments. So I think from what I can pick up from what everyone's saying here, that on the affordable housing, they'll be looking to put an overage clause in on that one. Is that satisfactory, Mr. Hodges?
Yes, Chairman, I think that gets us over the issue in terms of its. But as I understand it, still the move is for that to still be a reason for refusal at this time. But that were the at the appeal stage, we could. It's helpful to know that we could include an overage clause if that was a way to address this issue. Just to, as a final point, and following on from Mr. Gould's comments, you'll see the recommendation to approve is subject to a series of heads of terms. So if the application is refused, we would also need to include the matters that we'd identified as essential mitigation for the scheme to be reasons for refusal as well, because in effect we wouldn't be securing those until we had a 106. So we would need a reason for refusal around the education contribution, the health contribution, the transport and highways improvements as well. It's likely that the applicant can therefore deal with those matters by completing an obligation. But for the purposes of refusing the application, we need to cover our position by having those as reasons for refusal, in that the scheme won't make adequate mitigation for its impact on healthcare provision, education provision, etc.
Okay,
Does that make sense?
We're all happy with that. Yeah, everyone happy with that? Okay, members, I think we've spent enough time trying to find reasons for the refusal on this. I'm not going to support it because I actually thought that the development was okay. I'm a great lover of seeing modern buildings set in old areas. It's just a quirk of mine. I've always liked it, and I see no reason for it not to happen on this site. But I do fully understand your reasons for the refusal, and I accept your reasons for it, and I appreciate your candidness in what you've put forward, but I will not be supporting the move to refuse. I will call out names individually again.
Chairman, sorry, can I just interrupt?
Yes, please do.
Just on the point that David said on the 106s, I believe in the addendum there was another 106 planning obligation identified as well. That would need to be captured as well just for clarity.
Okay, if Mr. Hodges can do that, please.
Yes, of course, Chairman. That's the open space contribution, which was in the addendum, and that would need to be captured as a reason for refusal until addressed by a suitable legal agreement.
Thank you very much. So we have a move to refuse this application by Councillor Stribley, seconded by Councillor Barron. All those in favour say for. Those against that move, please say against. I will start with Councillor Barron.
For.
Councillor Borthwick. For. Councillor Brooke. For. Councillor Bull. For. Councillor Hall. Councillor Hilliard. For. Councillor O'Neill. For. Councillor Stribley.
For.
And myself, I am against. And Councillor Johnson.
Against.
Could we have the numbers, please, Ms. Holyoke?
So that's 8 votes for the move to refuse and 2 votes against, so that move is carried.
So that application has been refused. Thank you very much to the members of the public that took part in this morning. Thank you very much for all the deputations that came in as well. Members, it is now 12 o'clock. would you like to take a lunch break now and come back at either 12:30 or 12:45 rather than go through till 1 o'clock? In that case, would you like to sit here for another half an hour and start on one of the next applications? Yeah, so we either go straight on or we go to a break. Go to a break, right, I'm making a decision. We are going to a break, come back at 12:30, please, and we'll start again at 12:30. Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back to this afternoon's BCP planning meeting. I'm Councillor Kelsey and I'll be continuing to chair this meeting this afternoon. The next item on the agenda this afternoon is 96 Lowther Road, and I would ask Mr. Raven to show his board, which he is. Would you like to present your case, please, Mr. Raven?
Thank you, Chairman. So we have an outline submission for the demolition of the existing building and the erection of a block of 9 flats with cycle and bin stores at 96 Lowther Road. The applicant has confirmed that the matters to be considered are the access, appearance, layout and scale of the development, with landscaping reserved for subsequent consideration. Just a bit of housekeeping to start with. Members would have noticed from yesterday's addendum that all relevant representations received are available to view on the council's website. And just to expand on this, during the application there were a number of reps received which were not published. Your officers, however, had full receipt and view of all reps received as noted in the report before you today. The additional reps published are not new reps and do not raise any new issues that have not already been summarised and discussed in the report. So just to clarify, a total of 57 reps have been received, 41 of which were from separate households. Multiple reps from the same household only count as 1 rep for the purposes of the scheme delegation. Moving on to the application in front of us, members should be familiar with the site, but just by means of a visual aid, I've got some aerial views and photos of the site indicating the position of the property in the Charminster area of Bournemouth. The site backs onto the Borchester Road conservation area. There are protected trees on the adjacent site at number 94 Lowther Road, and there's also a pedestrian footpath running parallel to number 94 linking through to Milton Road. The site is considered to be in a sustainable location, not far from shops and other facilities and bus routes leading into Bournemouth town centre. There are many similar properties along the road, some in use as single residences, others which have been divided into flats with or without extensions. There are also plots where houses are being replaced with newer buildings, including blocks of flats. Just a couple more images here showing the property highlighted with the arrow, and this is the view from the street at the moment. You can see it's an Edwardian Victorian type property, and this drawing shows the existing building to be demolished, which is a 2-storey to ease 5-bedroom detached dwelling. And just for clarification, the existing property is not considered to be a small family dwelling house. Therefore, there are not any adopted policies that preclude the loss of the dwelling. For the purposes of your policy CS19, a small family dwelling house or bungalow with an original gross external floor space of less than 140 square metres. And this property has a floor area of approximately 200 square metres. The next slides show the plans originally submitted, which provided a block of 9 flats ranges 3 2-bedroom units and 6 1-bedroom units. If I can just draw members' attentions to the size of the single-storey flat roof extension shown here on the flank elevations, and also the rear dormer window at first floor level just above the lean-to roof on the right-hand side of the south elevation. So, as highlighted in the report, there's quite a lot of planning history on the site, the most significant of which was an application for a block of 10 flats and 3 car parking spaces, which was originally refused planning permission, but subsequently allowed on appeal. And the plans in front of you now show that development that was allowed. Now, whilst that consent was not implemented and has since lapsed, it is a material consideration and should be afforded some weight. This is reinforced through the local plan policies used in the assessment and decision making of the appeal having been saved. Well, since the decision made, the Bournemouth local plan core strategy has been adopted together with the National Planning Policy Framework being published, the relevant policies and guidance therein actually reinforce the thrust of the safe local plan policies under which the previous application and appeal were assessed. So during the consideration of the application, a number of amendments were made to the scheme. The main change was a reduction in the scale of built form so that the proposed footprint is now identical to the scheme for 10 flats, which was allowed on appeal. The only material difference to the allowed scheme is a reduction in the number of units to 9, the provision of a lean-to roof with 2 roof lights over the single-storey rear extension, which you can see on the east elevation or the bottom drawing in front of you, and the loss of 1 roof light on the west-facing flank elevation. So the principle of the loss of the building and its replacement with a 2-storey block of 10 flats was established by the planning inspectorate in allowing the appeal. The current application is almost identical to the previously allowed scheme. There would not be any discernible difference from the street scene when comparing the 2 schemes. The inspector found the height, width, and the scale and appearance of the building to be appropriate for the setting. The proposed replacement building, when viewed from the front, would be comparable to the existing building, albeit slightly reduced in width and height to eaves, with a marginally higher ridge. The design is a pastiche with good detailing. The specific materials would be agreed as part of the condition to ensure a high quality finish. Now, you can see the original proposal to the top drawing and the currently revised plan to the bottom. So the rear footprint is staggered. So the longest elevation is on the side facing number 98 Lowther Road, as this has the widest separation distance, approximately 3.5 metres, and it's also set further back into its plot. And you can see the location of number 94 and number 98 in the bottom plan in front of you. The proposed building would not extend any further to either side than the existing building on site, and the inspector found the depth of the proposed building and its relationship to the neighbours acceptable. So there's no policy justification, in your officer's opinion, why a contrary view should be taken now. The proposed street scene demonstrates that the scale and the appearance of the development would not appear out of place or uncharacteristic. The principal flats on the site and within the wider area is well established. The development is essentially the same as previously allowed on appeal. The main policy considerations in relation to character, appearance and scale have not changed, and therefore weight must be attributed to the appeal decision. In my opinion, there are not any material planning issues which would counter the assessment and decision of the inspectorate. As mentioned in the report, the adjacent Porchester Road conservation area was designated in 1993, so is afforded the same protection today as it had in 2009 when the previous scheme was allowed. Therefore, it was considered that the proposed development would not have any adverse impact on the character and appearance of the area or the setting of the conservation area. The inspector was satisfied that the impact of the previous development on the occupiers of neighbouring properties was acceptable. The only external change is the addition of a pitched roof over the single-storey rear extension. However, this is unlikely to result in any demonstrable harm to amenities of the adjacent neighbour. Other changes relate to the use of first-floor windows on the flank elevations. So on the east elevation, a previous bathroom would now serve a bedroom, whilst on the west, a bathroom window would now serve a kitchen area. So the impact has previously been considered acceptable. No new windows are proposed. As stated, 1 roof light for the west-facing flank elevation has been removed. There have not been any other change in circumstances or to neighbouring properties that we're aware of, and the policy assessment is the same as used by the inspector. All proposed units meet or exceed the minimum floor areas as identified in the nationally described space standard, and 2 of the ground floor units would have access to their own private amenity areas. The remainder of the outside space is generous and would provide adequate communal amenity areas for the rest of the development. And in allowing the previous appeal, the inspector commented that gardens in this part of Lowther Road on the southern side are comparatively long, and there will be sufficient space at the rear of the application block to provide a generous communal area for future occupants, as well as enclosed private spaces for 2 flats and a store for 10 bicycles as proposed. So overall, Chairman, the impact on neighbouring residents is not considered to be demonstrably harmful, and the proposals therefore accord with the aims of the relevant policies in this regard. With regard to the impact on trees, your horticultural officer has assessed the submitted information. Their main concern is the potential impact on the mature home oak tree to the front and how this is to be protected during all phases of development, with particular regard to the demolition of the existing building. So the proposed new building does fall marginally into the root protection area of this tree, and no special precautions are detailed in submission. However, previous application showed these details and the tree protective fencing, so the impact has previously been agreed, and your horticultural officer confirms that this can be secured by an appropriate condition, which is included at condition number 6. The proposed soakaways and their runs will need to be located outside of the root protection areas of this tree, which they're currently shown to be within. The horticultural report suggests that this can be a conditional requirement of an approval to be issued, if it's to be issued, and your horticultural officer is satisfied with this approach. The detailed matters of landscaping for the scheme and any replacement planting will be assessed at the time the reserve matters, and a condition is not required in that respect. With regard to highway safety and parking, your highways officer has not raised any objections. Under the parking standard SPD, the site lies within Zone B, meaning that for development of this nature, parking standard is 0. That being said, 3 spaces with electric vehicle charging points are proposed, and no objections have been raised in regard to this provision. Access to the site will remain as per the existing access, albeit widened to allow safe access and sufficient visibility displays, and the proposed cycle storage for 12 bicycles meets the required standard. Therefore, there are no objections in this regard. With regard to bin storage, whilst it's not ideal, the inspector did not find any issue with the siting of the bin store to the side of the plot in front of the building. There would not be a lot of space for landscaping to mitigate its presence, and its size has had to be increased due to current servicing requirements, and having received amendments, the store is now compliant and qualifies for the council's waste collection service. However, if members were concerned about the impact of the store on the appearance of the area, there is sufficient space to the rear to relocate the bin store, which would then require private collection, and this could be secured by condition if necessary. Site is liable for the community infrastructure levy, which would be calculated at the time of the reserve matters. The development would be subject to a payment towards heathland mitigation, and a section 106 has been drafted to secure this. Because of the size of the development, the application is not required to make a contribution towards affordable housing. So, Chair, in brief summary, the proposal is essentially the same as the scheme previously allowed by the Planning Inspectorate. The development would not have any adverse impacts on the character and appearance of the area. The development would not have any harmful impact on the setting of the adjacent conservation area. The development would not be harmful to living conditions of neighbouring residents, and the living conditions for future occupants are considered acceptable. There are no parking, traffic or highway safety implications identified, and the impact on trees is considered acceptable subject to conditions. So no harm has been identified, so the tilted balance of paragraph 11 of the MPPF applies. In this case, the proposal would provide a modest contribution towards housing need in the area, and the associated benefits considered that come in hand with those. So the MPPF indicates that the permission should be granted unless the adverse effects of doing so significantly and demonstrably outweigh the benefits. As no significant adverse effects have been identified, the officer's recommendation is to grant. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Raven. Ms. Holyoake.
A statement in objection from Ian Lawrence. Thanks for allowing me to voice what nearly all residents think of this unwanted, unneeded and unnecessary overdevelopment. We hope you can assist us by respecting the democratic will in blocking it for the following reasons. The number of objections reached 57, making it one of the most unpopular applications and reflecting residents' overwhelming opposition. Only half the objections shown on the planning website, which is non-compliant with your stated procedures. This is the fourth application since 2008, demonstrating large-scale continued public opposition. Drug dealing continues in alleyway between 92 and 94 Lowther Road, despite CCTV, putting more tenants at risk. Builders' vehicles, then up to 20 extra cars, will make crossing the road dangerous for Lowther Road's primary school pupils. Plan errors. 98's objection photographs prove 96's plans incorrectly position front boundary to include 98's large trees. Also, plans break the 45-degree rule incorrectly drawn from an extension, not the required main building, both understating the severe loss of neighbours' light and privacy. Planned building is out of character against Road's typical 4 to 5 bed Edwardian family houses, making it one of the largest in the road, double the average size building and half the garden size, with much higher density and much smaller garden area per capita, setting a dangerous overcrowded precedent, particularly when a shortage of family houses, especially fine architecturally, and an oversupply of flats. No additional facilities planned for extra singletons in this family area. This road already has low water pressure problems with existing density, something I can verify, having wasted £1,000 widening my supply pipe diameter, which failed to resolve the problem. This would be unacceptably exacerbated with a tripling of demand if this building size became the norm. Drain problems also, as the manhole cover on the 15th of April 2021 blew 3 feet into the air and had to be completely rebuilt. The workmen said because the system was overloaded. The strain would be dangerous if planning approved. The Royal Institute of British Architects is firmly against high environmental damage from demolition and rebuilding, preferring refurbishing instead. We confirm Councillor Rocker's calling in for number 96 being out of character, overdevelopment, no amenities for future occupants, loss of smaller dwelling house, and then there's a quote, Bournemouth Civic Society is in considerable agreement with local opinion that the much greater mass of the new structure would create a density of occupation incompatible with the limited dimensions of houses in the area. We fear if it went ahead, there would be a further impetus by developers to destroy the family characteristics of the neighbourhood in favour of small flats and declining social behaviour. We feel the application falls short of the Bournemouth local plan. And as a statement in support from Matt Annan of Pure Town Planning. Hello members, I wish to outline the main considerations why we feel planning permission should be granted today in line with the officer's recommendation. Firstly, character. This proposal is the result of collaboration with officers. The general scale and footprint is now identical to the previous scheme for 10 flats on this site, which was allowed on appeal in 2009. The inspector found the height, width, scale and appearance of the building was appropriate for the setting. While some years ago, the inspector's decision to allow a building of very similar size and design is a material consideration, particularly considering the local plan policies used in the assessment and decision-making of the allowed appeal have been saved and thus are still relevant today. The principle of flats is acceptable in this sustainable location, close to shops and other facilities, and flats on this site have been established from previous consent and reinforced from an assessment of other development forms in the road. There are many similar properties along this road which have been either converted into flats or replaced with new purpose-built blocks of flats. Secondly, amenity. Under the allowed appeal scheme, the inspector was satisfied that the impact of that very similar development on the occupiers of neighbouring properties was acceptable. Aside from a small change in the form of a pitched roof over the single-storey rear extension, there have not been any other material changes in circumstances or to neighbouring properties, and the policy assessment is the same as used by the inspector, and thus, as set out in your case officer's report, there is therefore no reasonable justification to counter the previous assessment of the inspectorate. All of the flats are fully compliant with the national minimum space standards and provide an acceptable standard of accommodation in terms of the size, internal layouts, outlooks, levels of daylight and access to either private or a large communal garden area. Thirdly, parking. The site falls within Zone B under the adopted parking SPD and stipulates that for a development of this nature, 9 flats arranged as 3 times 2 bed flats and 6 times 1 bed flats, there is a 0 car parking requirement. However, the scheme delivers 3 car parking spaces, and having reviewed the context of the site, the Transportation Officer has no issue with this over-provision. Councillors, this scheme would help the Council meet its housing targets by delivering 9 flats in a sustainable location, whilst not detrimentally impacting on the character and appearance of the area, neighbouring amenity or highway safety. I hope you agree with your officer's recommendation to grant permission and vote in favour of approving this proposal. There is also a statement from Ward Councillor Rocker, who is unable to attend today. Chairman, councillors, I wish to object to this planning application to demolish a family home and replace it with apartments, the scale, scope and density of which are inappropriate for the site and location. This is an application to build a 2.5-storey block of 9 flats on the site of a family residence that was built in the arts and crafts style within a residential neighbourhood on the northern Dean Park estate between circa 1890 and 1910. The new footprint would be twice the size of that of adjacent properties, and the design of the new structure would be influenced by more traditional late 19th century historicist forms than the arts and crafts, including a distinctive large hipped roof. The principal elevation would include slight projections, the more prominent corner one including a 2-storey bay window and barge boarded gable above. The rear elevation would have similar features to the front, and all fenestration would be in the form of double vertical windows with upper divisions. Although viewed from the road, the appearance of the new block might appear to be stylistically and proportionally just about visually compatible with the surrounding townscape, local opinion is that the much greater mass and form of the new structure that would take up nearly half the site would create a density of occupation that would be incompatible with the limited dimensions of the house locations in the area. In addition, there is a fear that if this proposal goes ahead, there would be a further impetus by developers to destroy the family characteristics of the neighbourhood in favour of small flats. The utilities are already under pressure in this road without increased properties being built. Can the service cope? Because as the massive increase in population for this road already, they are under pressure. If this development is allowed to go through, this can only exacerbate the problems. Both water and electricity in this road are already affected. Water pressure is low, and the companies have tested in the past and have said that it is within tolerances, but as they undertake testing during the working day and not in the evenings when people are at home, these results are fallacious. The electricity power levels are also affected, particularly outside of the working day when usage is high. Unless the utility companies are going to resolve these issues of surges, trips and outages, then no further development should be allowed in this road. In brief, 57 objections must be one of the highest ever and reflects the overwhelming residents' opposition. Only half of the objections actually recorded on the website, which is non-compliant with normal procedure of publishing all objections. Builders' vehicles, then up to 20 extra cars, will make crossing the road more dangerous for pupils from our local primary school in Lowther Road. Plan errors. They incorrectly include part of 98's front garden trees and break the 45-degree rule, as it is incorrectly drawn from extension of number 96, not the main building, overstating neighbours' light and privacy. It is out of character against roads typical 4 to 5 bed Edwardian houses with double the average size and half the garden. No extra facilities planned for the singletons in a family area. It encourages non-family house construction, out of character with existing mainly family houses. REBA's advice is firmly against high environmental damage from demolition and rebuilding, preferring refurbishing instead. Thanks for the attention.
Thank you, Ms. Holliott. Mr. Raven, is there anything you'd like to come back on?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. A couple of points. issues relating to sort of the unlawful or illegal activities sort of witnessed along the footpath 2 doors down. So that would be dealt with by the relevant law enforcement agencies. Actually increasing the number of local households and potentially increasing the use of the footpath would, in my mind, actually act more of a deterrent to those potentially seeking to carry out such activities. So not an issue from our point of view in this case. Plan accuracy, the red outline is actually identical to the land registry title plan. And there's been no evidence to suggest the contrary. So from our point of view, it's a valid application. Issues relating to services, so obviously the relevant utility companies will be required to provide appropriate services, and if there's any increased capacity required, then the developer would have to meet those costs. As you can see on the screen, the 45-degree line has actually been measured from the main rear elevation of number 98. You can see the outline of the ground floor extension in front of it. I don't think issues impacting on the ground floor elements of the neighbouring properties is an issue. It's more to do with the particularly as the scale of them, it's more to do with the impact on the main windows from the main rear elevation. So in this regard, it's compatible and compliant with your adopted design guidance. I think that's all. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Raven. Over to members. I'll just say a quick couple of words. It's actually in my ward, this one. With regards to the alleyway that was mentioned, we have actually in the last couple of months had a CCTV camera fitted in there. We did have another property not in Lowther Road, in a nearby road, that was causing lots of antisocial behaviour. That has now gone, and I would be hopeful that that antisocial behaviour will now be improving. Councillor Rocker and myself also cut that alleyway back to make it much more lighter, so people didn't want to hang around there. Some still do, and I'm sure that is what most of the residents in the area are concerned about. They spoke about the primary school. There is a school at the end of the road there in Molesbury Park Road, but I think this is far enough away from that school to prevent any transport or highways issues for that school, i.e. children crossing, etc. The loss of the house is always regrettable. We get used to seeing the style of houses that we have, and it's always regrettable. But from a purely planning point of view, without my ward councillor's hat on, I have to go back to having regard to what the planning inspector has said on previous applications on this one back in 2009, and he pretty much dismissed the refusal that came through. I think I actually sat on the planning board for that one back in 2009, and we did refuse it then, and it was then overturned at appeal. So I would find it very difficult to actually say anything against this one, bearing in mind what the appeal inspector has already said. But I'm going to leave it open now to the rest of you to comment, if anyone wishes to. Councillor Johnson.
Thank you, Chairman. I think you touched on the most important point here, and that is the appeal decision. It might be old, the permission might have lapsed, but as the officer said, it is a material consideration. This is the same footprint, it's the same size of building, it's the same use. There's even one less flat, so we can't argue that it's still overdevelopment because the inspector found that acceptable. In my opinion, I can't see any reason to refuse it, and given members don't seem to be in a particular rush to speak, I would propose that we accept the recommendation as set out. Thank you, Chairman.
Yeah, just a quick point of clarification, and I might have misheard, but my understanding is the 9 flats, 3 parking spaces, but was the reference to 20 additional vehicles?
I think the reference to the 20 additional vehicles is what we all see when we're talking about this. We all know that if you have 2 people living in one flat, the chances are that's 2 cars. So with 9 extra flats, we're probably talking the possibility of an extra 18 cars with only 3 parking spaces. But we're all aware of what parking SPD states, and some of us that are local to these areas will know how much the parking is impacted, but as I reiterated earlier on today, we have a parking SPD and we must use that policy, and that policy says that there are no parking spaces required, so we're actually lucky to get 3. And as I pointed out this morning, today is not the day to discuss that policy.
Yeah, the reason for the question was not to challenge the SPD,
No.
but to see whether the statement was accurate, emotional or factual.
No.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Stribley?
Thank you, Chairman. A couple of queries. Can we be assured that on the first and top floor there are no side windows overlooking number 94, other than perhaps bathroom or secure windows? No living room windows overlooking the side, on a matter of privacy. I agree with the other comments, and I hope we can revisit that parking SPD as soon as possible, because plainly it's not fit for purpose in all places. We're told there is a cycle store, but of course many cyclists now are also going for electric cycles. So is there provision, or can we condition provision for charging electric cycles into that cycle store as well? I noticed the bin stores are under the trees at the front. I don't really have a problem with that, in that bin stores don't generally need deep foundations or anything else. They are usually just a fencing put around or to tidy up the area. Plainly the property is pretty dilapidated, and it actually looks as though it's been used as a HIMO for some time, as does neighbouring 98, which I suspect will be coming back very rapidly for a similar, if not identical, redevelopment at any time soon. With regard to road safety, I notice the school is much further down the road. I think the parents there need to be trained, because I certainly witnessed one parent on a scooter with a probably 8, 9, 10-year-old in front of him, zipping along in and out of the traffic all the way along Lauder Road. It was quite frightening and quite appalling that a parent could behave in such a manner. And I think the sooner that electric scooters are dealt with one way or another, the better, but I accept that's not a planning matter for today. Unfortunately, I don't see any reasons to refuse this. There is an issue suggested with the utility services there, and I would have thought the water company should be asked for a report before development commences. But it's no good for the place to be developed, then the whole road find its service unacceptable and the water pressure too low because of one additional development. I do think that needs to be determined. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Stribley. Mr. Raven.
Thank you, Chairman. Electric bicycles, the only ones I've seen, majority I've seen, I think all of them actually, they have removable batteries, so you're able to charge them within your home. There's no need to have electric charging points outside in the bicycle store. As you can see from the plans in front of you, all of the windows at first floor level either are fully obscure glazed or part obscure glazed. Only one of these serves a kitchen area, and that's fully obscure glazed. All the rest serve bedrooms and bathrooms, so there's not considered to be any issues of overlooking, and the openings have previously been accepted by the planning inspectorate. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Councillor Hilliard, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Raven covered in his report, he made reference to the 2020 core strategy, Bournemouth local plan, and Mr. Raven, you obviously discussed about the loss of family homes, and you said the size of this didn't come under that criteria. Are there any other policies in that 2020 core strategy which go against the previous Inspector 1 proposal? Thank you.
Not that I'm aware of, no, Councillor.
Thank you for confirming that. So I'm happy to second the proposal to accept.
Thank you. Councillor Brooke?
Thank you, Chair. I'm quite happy with the building design itself. I think that fits in perfectly well with the street scene. And also, I think there was comment in at least one of the objections read out about a lack of amenity space. Well, if properties that have been converted into flats in my area have this amount of amenity space, I don't think there'll be any issue whatsoever. There really is adequate for the number of flats there. And it looks as if most of the trees are remaining anyway, so I don't have a problem at all with this one. I'm quite happy to support approval.
Councillor Barron?
Thank you, Chairman. On the site visit, one of the first things I noticed was the home oak opposite, which is a fine tree, but there's a condition to protect that tree prior to demolition. From the aerial photos that were shown, there's some properties opposite which actually have two-storey flat roofed extensions, and to my mind the proposed is actually more attractive than a flat roofed extension, and considering the appeal decision, I'm happy to support this application.
Thank you, Councillor Barron. So any further comments? If not, we have a move from Councillor Johnson, seconded by Councillor Hilliard, to approve this application. I'll call you names, if I may. Councillor Johnson?
For.
Councillor Barron?
For.
Councillor Borthwick?
For.
Councillor Brooke?
For.
Councillor Bull?
For.
Councillor Hall?
For.
Councillor Hilliard?
For.
Councillor O'Neill? For. Councillor Stribley?
For.
And I will abstain on this one. Thank you. That move is granted. 9 votes for and 1 abstention. Thank you very much. That application is granted. So moving on, members, we move to the next application. And the next application is 5C, which is 1 Twynham Avenue in Christchurch. And Mr. Hodges, if you could prepare, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Apologies me again, as Katie Whitney is not available today. Let me get the PowerPoint up on screen. Are you seeing that, Chairman?
Yeah, that's fine. Thank you, Mr. Hodges.
Excellent. Thank you. Start the slideshow. So yes, this is an application for the property at 1 Twynham Avenue in Christchurch for a single-storey extension to the rear, a variation, an amended version of an existing consent. Site here, members may recall there was a previous proposal to redevelop the site for a block of flats, which members considered. But this is for its continuation of its current existing use as a chiropractic clinic. So location of the property in there. So property fronts onto Twynham Avenue, the existing access and parking of Twynham Avenue, serving the business use on the site, and there's an outbuilding to the rear. So this property, very typical interwar property, being converted into a business use as a chiropractor. The remainder of the properties going north on Twynham Avenue are in residential use, and the proposed extension would be constructed on this elevation here at the rear. This is the exit into the access into the site off of Twynham Avenue. So Barrett Road down here, access in off of Twynham Avenue here, and the extension would be to the rear and behind this elevation, not particularly visible from this particular viewpoint. And the proposal also proposes some changes to the fenestration of the building, including removal of this door and replacement with a window. So as noted, it's a variation of condition of Section 73 application. So the applicant already has planning permission for a extension to extend the practice. The footprint is no different. So this is the extension that has already been approved with this shallow hipped roof. And this is the current proposal, which is in effect the same footprint of building, same layout internally, but simply with a flat roof. So just to confirm on the floor plans, what the scheme does is it supports the existing business by allowing for additional treatment rooms within the use. And this is the approved floor plan. And as you can see on the proposed floor plan, there's no difference at all. So, Chairman, as the applicant has a fallback position to construct this, from the planning merit points of view, our professional opinion is there's no difference in terms of impact on the character of the area or the impact to neighbours. In fact, the impact to neighbours will be less because the building will be lower and less visible to any neighbours. In terms of its design, we think the simple flat roof design is entirely in keeping with the appearance of the building. And it's also worth pointing out that were the building in its original use as a dwelling, the works would all be permitted development, whether they were in the conservation area or outside the conservation area. And we can see no reason at all not to support the scheme, and it's recommended to you for approval, Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Hodges. Ms. Holyoake.
Thanks, Chairman. There are 2 statements to read from objectors. The first is from Susan Suleiman. Thank you, Chair and committee members, for listening to our objections. My name is Susan Suleiman and I represent the residents of Twynham Avenue. 1 Twynham Avenue is an attractive property that was the former home of Sir Donald Bailey and is set in a prominent position adjacent to the conservation area. Permission was granted for an extension with a pitched roof, which was a sympathetic addition blending with the original house. For some reason, the applicant has now requested to change this to a flat roof. Our issues are as follows. The prominent boundary of this site abuts the conservation area, and this must be considered. There have been recent planning applications for this site where the proximity to the conservation area has been a key consideration, and the BCP Conservation Officer has been a consultee. Previous planning applications for this site have received Conservation Officer input, and plans that included a flat roof were required to be amended to a traditional build with a pitched roof. There is no consistency from BCP with regards to this site. Why on this occasion was the Conservation Officer not a consultee, and why is a flat roof acceptable now when it was not acceptable before? The officer's report says that the site boundary abutting the conservation area has hedging and trees that obscure the flat roof extension from the conservation area. It seems naive to use a temporary feature of landscaping as a reason for accepting this change to the roof. The owner has removed the trees and the hedging has been cut down to the level of the low boundary wall. The flat roof extension is now entirely visible from the conservation area. The officer refers to flat roof extensions elsewhere in Twynham Avenue. This argument is entirely flawed. These properties are not adjacent to the conservation area and any extensions are not visible as they are at the rear of the properties. The flat roof extension at 1 Twynham Avenue is entirely visible and looks directly into the conservation area. A flat roof extension is not in keeping with the character and location of this property and is therefore in conflict with saved policy H12 and policies HE2 and HE3. Based on previous decisions for this site, and in order that BCP apply a consistent approach, this application to change the agreed pitched roof to a flat roof must be refused. Thank you. And the second statement is from John Pendrell. Planning approval was given to the original application for the extension to have a pitched roof. As the property abuts the Christchurch Conservation Area, the Conservation Officer should have been consulted, as happened on this site, for a totally different proposal. A reason given for the admission is that the building could not be seen from the conservation area due to the existence of trees and a high hedge. The hedge has been cut to a very low level with trees removed. The building can be seen from the conservation area due to the removal of most of the natural barrier. Therefore, presented previously by the council no longer applies. Was permission sought to remove trees? The resident of 1A Twynham Avenue is affected by a significant amount of the building work to his detriment. The agreed extension has been built with a flat roof for which approval was not given. It gives an opportunity for a second storey to be added in future. Such action would intensify the detrimental effect on the 1A property. A point has been raised by the council that many properties in this road have flat roofed extensions, so the application has precedence. This line is not consistent as most of the properties concerned are on the other side of the road, so the extensions cannot be seen from the conservation area. I object to the application to change conditions and I ask the committee to refuse it. Chairman, there are no speakers registered in support and no ward councillors have asked to speak.
Thank you, Ms. Holyoake. Ms. Hodges, I believe you'd like to come back, please.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Just to clarify a point about consultation with heritage officers. So consultations with those specialists are undertaken in accordance with agreed protocols drawn up by Caroline Peach's team. So this application would not fall within those agreed protocols for consultation with the conservation officer, and no consult was sent to the heritage officer on the existing approval, which we note we had one objection to, as opposed to the 17 objections we've received to this application, Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hodges. Councillor Peter Hall, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. This application was brought to the committee by my fellow ward councillor Mike Cox because he felt the flat roof was completely out of character. It's out of character with the H12 policy. It's also a very busy road, and people see there's 30,000 odd vehicles a day use the Barrett Road, and this is visible. It's also not sustainable. In the report, the officers said it was sustainable development. I can't see how a flat roof is sustainable. HE1 is a flat roof not in keeping with the historic environment, and BE4 is against change of roof that would be inappropriate. And also, this was a house that originally was lived in by Sir Donald Bailey, who designed the Bailey Bridge. So I don't want to say that it should be refused, but is it possible, Mr. Chairman, that we could request that the flat roof was made into a pitch roof?
No. In a simple answer, Councillor Hall, the application is for the flat roof. It's not for a pitch roof.
Right.
You have made it obvious in your statements that you would prefer a pitch roof, and the applicant would have heard that, but it's not for us as a planning board to change the planning application because we don't like the flat roof. Unfortunately, that would mean the applicant would have to come back with a new application.
But may I then, Mr. Chairman, I think because it is out of keeping, can I put forward a proposal that it is refused because a flat roof certainly doesn't fit into this area? Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Barron.
Thank you, Chairman. Could Mr. Hodges put up the photo that he showed earlier of the rear of the property, please?
That one, Chairman?
Yeah, so that's a historic photo, I presume.
When was that photo taken, Mr. Hodges?
That's a good question. I'd have to ask Mrs. Whitney that, but my understanding was it was relatively recent. Sorry, I should clarify. I understand works have commenced on the extension since the application was submitted, Chair.
Yeah, because I saw it 2 days ago and I got a photo over here and it looks very different. It actually looks very much like the proposal. So are we looking at is this an application for what they've already built, or I'm just a bit confused because the photo I've got here of the back of the building looks very much like what's proposed. Thank you.
Mr. Hodges?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Obviously, the applicant's got a planning permission, so they're entitled to build that current consent that they have, and as described, the footprint's exactly the same. So the only difference would need to be in having a pitch roof or a flat roof at the end of the process. So yes, the applicant would be entitled to build at the permission that they've already got. And depending on the approval of this scheme would make no difference in terms of the footprint overall.
I think if I can just point out that this application is solely for the removal of the pitch roof and to convert it to a flat roof. From what I can see, they already have permission for the extension and they've already started to build that, but now they want to have a flat roof rather than the pitched roof.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. But it's already been built with a flat roof.
Yeah,
and you can see on the render where the pitch roof's been removed. So yeah, it's already.
Well, if this panel were to,
is it not retrospective planning application then?
It possibly is, possibly should have been.
Right.
But the fact of the matter is that if we say no, they're going to have to take it down and put back the original.
When I saw that photo, I actually panicked. I've been to the wrong property.
I think that photo is merely to point out that the property next door to it has a flat roof. I think that's the whole idea of that picture. That's to give you some idea of what is there and what is going to be there.
Sure. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Stribley.
Thank you, Chairman. That adjoining property has a flat roof at the rear and it fronts Twynham Avenue. This property fronts Twynham Avenue, but it also fronts Barrack Road. And that view we're looking at is in effect from Barrack Road. The proposed extension is already there with its flat roof. All the doors and windows have already been changed. So we are looking at a retrospective application. However, I would have thought if the original permission was for the pitched roof, then enforcement action could be taken in that the development has been built not in accordance with planning permission. I accept that we have to look now at this one. I find it difficult. It is there already. It would look much better, certainly from the street scene, had it a pitched roof along that flank wall. The extension, if we could see the other plan pictures we saw as they're hoping it will be, which already exists. And it's a pity we don't have a picture of it as it already exists, because that is there now. The doors are changed, the windows are changed, the whole thing is rendered white. The car park is a mess and there's a shed at the back. The grounds look a bit dilapidated, but there is a lot of space around the property. I think it's a shame that a property of such historic significance, which I would have thought would have a blue plaque on it, has been so changed. But we are where we are. I find it difficult to know if there is considerable harm with this flat roof. I certainly don't particularly like the appearance of it, but is that a sufficient reason for refusal? I'm wondering. The building isn't listed or special in itself, is it?
No, certainly not. I'm not thinking, to myself, my own personal opinion is I don't think it causes any harm. With regards to the blue plaque, I am told that there is an intention to reaffix a blue plaque to the building once building works have been finished.
No sign of builders on site?
No. Councillor Johnson?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, no, I can't see any harm with this. I know that a lot of us would prefer a flat roof, but you certainly can't argue out of character or anything like that when the building next door has the exact same thing attached to it. You know, this will have less of an impact on the neighbour at 1A because it's not a pitched roof anymore, so it will be removing any shading or any effect like that. And I certainly can't see any reason to refuse this. So I certainly won't be supporting the move on the table. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Hodges, I believe you want to come in.
Yes, sorry, Chairman. Just to make sure you weren't conflating the item at 13 Wick Lane that does have a blue plaque on it. That's the application where they're going to reaffix the blue plaque. Yeah. Not this site. There isn't a blue plaque on this site currently. Just to clarify that point.
Thank you, Mr. Hodges. Councillor Hilliard.
Thank you, Chair. Looking at the relevant planning applications, there's demolish existing building, prior approval not required. Is that basically saying, Mr. Hodges, that the building could be knocked down tomorrow? Thank you.
Yes, yeah, that's correct. That was established when proposals were being put forward for its complete redevelopment for residential use. But no, it's not protected in any form, and the council's only control is via a prior approval process, in which we can specify the nature of the demolition, but we cannot protect the building in itself.
Thank you for confirming that, because yeah, I can't see any policies which it's outside the conservation area, so yeah, I can't I see any reason to refuse. Thank you.
Councillor Brooke.
Chair, I'm going to stick my neck out here. I think, give some sort of support to Councillor Stribley on this one. I really do think the change from the pitched roof to the flat roof alters the character of the building. It's adjacent to a conservation area, and that does mean you have to look at its potential impact. And if it's a worse design, then that is a negative impact on the conservation area. And it just seems to me that a building of that, a certain history behind it, not necessarily of the building, but of the resident, it did have character until the flat roof is put on. And personally, I can't support it, that sort of change. I would much rather it stay with the pitched roof as was originally approved.
Thank you, Councillor Brooke. Do we have any further comments, please? Mr. Hodges, I wonder if you could clarify something that has been said as to whether this is a Section 73 or Section 73A application.
And thank you, Chairman. My understanding is it's a variation of condition application, so it's a Section 73 to vary the approved plans of the existing consent. So we're irrespective of the decision on this application, the existing planning permission would already would remain for the pitch roof version of the scheme, and as they've enacted that, that permission will last indefinitely.
Okay, thanks very much, Mr. Hodges. So, members, Councillor Hall has made a move to refuse. Do I have a seconder for his move, please? Councillor Brooke.
Chairman, so what would the reasons for refusal be, please?
Give me a chance.
Yeah, if I can give you the policy numbers, H12, KS1, which is favour of sustainable development, HE1, and it's not in keeping with the historic environment, and BE4 against the change of use from the change of scene from the pitched roof to a flat roof. So BE4 is a policy as well. So you've got 4 policies, and those are the policies put forward by Councillor Mike Cox.
Did you gather all those, Mr. Hodges?
Chairman, I think BE4, and if I recall the report, clarifies that only relates to development within conservation areas, so I don't think you could apply that. Let me just double check, I'm fairly certain. Yes, yeah, so BE4 is specific about development within conservation areas. This isn't within the conservation area, so it would be wrong to use that policy. But I've got the rest of that in terms of harm to the character of the wider area. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. So, members, are we satisfied, or is the mover and seconder satisfied with the policies given? In which case we'll move to the vote on this one. We have a move to refuse. I'll call names individually on this one again. Councillor Kelsey, I am against that move. Councillor Johnson?
Against.
Councillor Barron?
Against.
Councillor Borthwick?
Against.
Councillor Brooke?
For.
Councillor Bull?
Against.
Councillor Hall?
For.
Councillor Hilliard?
Against.
Councillor O'Neill? And Councillor Stribley?
For.
So that is 4 votes for and 6 votes against, so that move is lost. I will now make a move that we grant this as indicated by the officer's report. Do I have a seconder, please?
I'll second that, Chairman.
Thank you very much. I will now go through the names again, this time indicating for or against again. Councillor Kelsey, I'm for this one. Councillor Johnson? For. Councillor Barron? For. Councillor Borthwick?
For.
Councillor Brooke?
Against.
Councillor Bull?
For.
Councillor Hall?
Against.
Councillor Hilliard? For. Councillor O'Neill? And Councillor Stribley?
Abstain.
Thank you. Ms Hollier?
Mr. Chairman, so that's 6 votes for, 3 votes against and 1 abstention. So that move is
Thank you very
carried.
much. So that move has been granted. Thank you very much. Thank you to everyone that took part in that one. Thank you, Mr. Hodges. On to item 5D, but I believe Councillor Brooke, you are going to leave us for this application. Thank you. So, item 5D is 53 Merrifield Avenue in Poole, and again, I will ask for the officer to prepare her case, please.
Hello.
Good afternoon, Rebecca.
Good afternoon, Chairman.
Could you put your thing on the screen, please? Thank you very much. Yes. If you'd like to go ahead.
Can you see my screen?
We can indeed. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'll be presenting 63 Merrifield Avenue, and they propose an alteration to the existing roof structure to create a further bedroom accommodation and form a gable extension, half-hipped extension, installation of roof lights, north-facing dormer, and minor fenestration alterations to the ground floor with new flat-roofed entrance canopy, new windows, doors to the southwest and east elevation. So here we can see the application site, and 63 Merrifield Avenue is right here. This here is open green space just beyond the north boundary treatment. It's surrounded by residential housing. And here we can see the aerial view. It's quite green with large plots, housing. This is the first two site photos. This is the front. To the left is the front of the property, and to the right is the rear, parts of the rear leading to the larger garden. Here is the rear of the property where the extension, the balcony, the balcony would go. And let's have a look. So this is the north-facing boundary treatment, and to the right is Greensleeves Avenue at the back of the properties, and with green space right in the middle here. These are just other photos to the side of the property. So this is the east side of the property, the picture on your left, and the picture on the right is the neighbouring property number 61. And they have a dormer overlooking the rear garden of the application site. So the proposed site, they would want to build the dormer on the north boundary treatment, and there is trees to the northwest of the site, and here's the rear garden. The Juliet balcony would be here to the rear. So the east and north elevations just show the alterations that they want to have, and is a new half-hipped roof. This would be to the east elevation. You can see the side dormer, and on the north elevation, they would have a native hedging. The dormer would be facing the north as well, with 2 obscure glazing windows. To the rear of the property, so the west elevation, that's where you see the Juliet balcony and the new gabled end roof. To the south elevation would be 4 roof lights and the flat roofed canopy. The changes would not be detrimental to the character of the area. So the proposed floor plans, the internal alterations are seen on the ground floor. And the proposed floor plans would introduce the first floor, and that would have 2 bedrooms, a dresser, ensuite, and a bathroom. So here to the top on your left, there's the 2 obscure windows, and the window that would not be obscure would be for bedroom 2. I'll show you the relationship with objecting neighbours, and it's up to 39 metres from the proposed DOMA to 34A, Greensleeves Avenue, and up to 28 metres to 34 on Greensleeves Avenue as well. So here we can see the photos, the relationship of the objecting neighbours. This photo was taken over the existing fence at the application site, which is overlooking 34A and 34 Greensleeves Avenue, with the buffer in the middle. And the picture to your right is a photo from 34A Greensleeves Avenue on the ground floor, just outside the rear garden, looking up at the application site over here. The photo to your left is a photo taken from 34A, and this is on the first floor on looking the application site. As you can see, the views to the application site are not quite detrimental. And the photo to your right is taken from the rear fence, so close to the rear fence boundary treatment at 34A. This photo here was taken from the far left of the rear at 34A Greensleeves Avenue. You can see there's the trees blocking the view to the application site. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much. Ms Hollyoak.
Thank you, Chairman. There is a statement in objection from Mr John Mason. Dear Planning Committee, regarding the proposed alterations submitted by 63 Merrifield Avenue, Broadstone. Whilst I have no fundamental objection to the proposed changes to the said property, in fact I support developments of this type to enhance the local infrastructure and the updating of older properties. Having said, there is one aspect of the proposal which I find cause for objection. I have highlighted the area of objection below within the wording of the proposal received. Proposed alterations to the existing roof structure to create further bedroom accommodation with the formation of a gable extension, half-hipped extension, installation of roof lights and new north-facing dormer. And new north-facing dormer is in bold, so that is the issue. As this dormer will be from technically a new first floor elevation, it would look straight onto our rear garden, an area to date which benefits from total privacy. We enjoy our current privacy and also the fact that others around the area respect that. To have this dormer overlooking our rear garden would invade our privacy and make us feel mentally that we were in a goldfish bowl. Also, for the record, in 2013, when our single floor extension application was submitted for our property, the initial application for a rear-facing balcony was rejected by the committee for the same reasons. We totally accepted the objection without appeal and built the single-storey extension without the balcony. A disappointment, but the last thing we wanted to do was upset our neighbours and spoil the aesthetics of this lovely area. It is worth noting that this particular area of Broadstone is generally inhabited by long-stay owners, not buy it, alter it, sell it operators. So where improvements are made, we all naturally consider the impacts on the area and our near neighbours. Thank you for allowing me to register this objection. Second statement in objection is from Mr and Mrs Morton, and they have also sent in a photo which I believe is going to be displayed. To BCP Planning Committee, we write to raise our strong objection to the proposed development. As an immediate neighbour to the site, our specific objection is overlooking and loss of privacy. The inclusion of the north elevation dormer with windows would result in both an unacceptable real and a perceived overlooking directly into our main living area, bedrooms and garden, having a detrimental and adverse impact on the privacy and amenity of our property. A more detailed explanation of our reasoning is set out below. It is important to note that the general character of the surrounding area is one of seclusion with private rear gardens. At present, the rear of our house and garden, like that of our neighbours, is entirely private and is not directly overlooked. There are no properties immediately to the rear, and although there is only 12 metres from our rear boundary to the north boundary fence of 63 Merrifield Avenue, being single-storey, there currently is no actual or perceived overlooking. This seclusion was one of the determining factors when we purchased our property some 16 years ago. Due to the significant elevation of 63 Merrifield Avenue in relation to our property, the addition of the elevated roof line with large dormer and new additional windows on the north elevation to number 63 Merrifield would provide uninterrupted views into our main living space, our open plan kitchen, dining area, lounge area, our back bedrooms, which includes the master bedroom, as well as over the whole of our rear garden. Please see photograph 1. This degree of overlooking and loss of privacy is entirely unacceptable. Since submitting original plans, amendments have been made, namely reinstating the hedge screening the residents removed in June. Given the raised elevation, number 63, in relation to our property, this would not screen the proposed dormer or its windows. Also, the proposed addition of partially obscured glass, but only in 2 of the 3 dormer overlooking windows. These amendments clearly show that the applicants recognise the proposed development would result in significant overlooking and loss of privacy for both parties, and on this basis we strongly feel that the proposed development should not be approved. However, if the Planning Committee passed the proposed development, it raises some further questions. What species of hedging plant would be planted? What size would the plants be when planted? How quickly do they grow, and realistically to what height? The plan shows the hedge masking the ground floor windows, not the planned upper elevation dormer windows. What measures can be taken to ensure the hedge is planted on completion and allowed to grow to the required height? Can this be conditioned? They've pointed out that the photograph taken from the main bedroom window of 34A Greensleeves Avenue is the one on the screen. The lowest fence is the back fence of 34A Greensleeves Avenue. There is a 12-metre space in between, then north elevation fence of 63 Merrifield Avenue, showing existing ground floor windows and current roof line. And there is a statement in support of the application from Gareth Bristow. Mr. Chairman, committee members, the submitted design scheme was originally developed to meet the permitted development criteria by increasing the roof volume by 50 metre cubed, which is currently 140 metre cubed. Permitted development would also allow for a long rear dormer, matching those dormers found in the immediate vicinity. This design then evolved to the currently submitted scheme with alterations to the roof that requires 65 metre cubed of volume. The proposals required a homeowner submission by reason of the small increase in volume. It should be noted the permitted development route is still open to the applicants. The first floor accommodation comprises of 2 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms and a dressing area. The master bedroom will occupy the western end of the extended roof. The proposed Juliet balcony will look to the west, over the main garden and the public space area. Oblique views towards the northern neighbours are 44 metres away and are effectively screened with trees within gardens and the open space. The northern dressing room and ensuite windows will be of obscured glazing. The secondary bedroom is to be located within the eastern roof extension. Natural light will be provided by a Velux window to the south and a window in the northern dormer. This window is 39 metres from the properties to north, separated by over 12 metres of open space between the applicant's boundary and the northern properties boundaries. Although elevated above the properties to the north by virtue of the topography, it is considered that the proposed distances proposed in existing landscaping along the boundaries and within the open space provides more than sufficient spatial separation. It should be noted that the proposed secondary guest bedroom is not a reception room and is an occasional bedroom for guests. As with all bedrooms, it will generally be used during the nights and not all day. It is considered that the high level and large conservatory on a property immediately to the south, elevated well above the application site, has a far more impact upon properties to the north than does a single window. The proposals are compatible with the local plan in terms of making efficient use of land, design, spatial distancing, and meets the aim of NPPF 2021 that calls for Planning policies and decisions should promote an effective use of land in meeting the need for homes and other uses, and in particular section E. We therefore contend that this proposal complies with the aims and requirements of planning policy from the national level and the local plan. This has been achieved whilst providing the applicants with a design that fits their needs and is both ecologically sound and aesthetically pleasing. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and committee.
Thank you very much. Rebecca, is there anything you would like to come back on, please, at this point?
Yes, there is, Chairman. I would like to just mention about the hedge.
Yeah, please do.
So the hedge cannot be conditioned because we feel like there's a sufficient distance from the neighbouring properties, and just because of the the nature of the application, we feel like we cannot condition the hedge.
Thank you for that. Over to members. Councillor O'Neill.
Thank you, Chairman. Just so it was said in one of the objectors' submissions that the proposed development overlooked the main living area, kitchen and dining facility. The main living area, I would expect to be a lounge, sitting room, whatever, but the picture didn't support that. Can the officer throw further light on the overlooking, please? Thank you.
Rebecca. Rebecca?
Oh, sorry, I was muted. I believe the habitable rooms of the properties along Greensleeves Avenue, there would be oblique views from the application site, as we can see on the picture at the bottom right. Yeah. Yeah.
You happy with that?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yep. Thank you very much, Rebecca. Councillor Stribley.
Thank you, Chairman. I know this area quite well and I have site visited. I can't see any planning reasons whatsoever for refusal. The Juliet balcony is proposed to be screened in any event. A lot of the pictures we saw were taken from high level, not from somebody standing down at the ground, and there are 2-metre fences around, so if you take a picture from over the fence, of course it has quite a different impact from when you're standing behind it. I do understand people's concerns at change. A lot of people are worried about the potential of change, but I can't see there will be any significant overlooking. You're 100 feet away, 39 metres minimum from the back of Greensleeves Avenue, and all the trees are well shrubbed, all the gardens are well treed, well shrubbed, they're all fenced, and I wouldn't think there's a property in the conurbation where you can't look out of a bedroom window, at least there aren't many properties, where you can't look out of a bedroom window and briefly see bedroom windows or other windows in neighbouring properties. The fact is that people don't sit there all day and look out at them. I don't have a problem with this one at all.
Thank you, Councillor Stribley. I concur with your views on that one. I think Rebecca's done a very good job on the report on this one as well. Considering this is your first report, I think, Rebecca, I think you've done an incredibly good job on this one. So well done. I agree, Councillor Stribley. I can't see any reasons for a refusal on this, and I'm quite happy to move the officer's recommendation. Second, Councillor Stribley, second that one? Yep. Okay, is there any other members wishing to speak at this time? Councillor Borthwick.
I just like to, I agree with the distance. Is actually 11 metres.
Derek, can you microphone please?
I believe that the distance actually required is 11 metres and there's 12 metres distance between the buildings, so that's it would be then that tolerance anyway.
Thank you, Councillor Borthwick. Councillor Hilliard, please.
Thank you, Chair. I think it's useful in the report the officer at paragraph 11 makes reference to permitted development rights. So I think that really sets the agenda. So yeah, thank you.
I think you're absolutely right. The fact of the matter is we could say no to this today and he could do it under permitted development tomorrow anyway. So I think that does make our job rather a lot easier on this one. So, okay, members. Rebecca, is there anything you want to come back before I go to the vote?
No more comments.
Thank you
Chairman.
very much. In that case, we will move to the vote. We have a move to grant by myself, seconded by Councillor Stribley. Myself, I am for. Councillor Johnson? For. Councillor Barron? For. Councillor Borthwick?
For.
Councillor Brooke? Sorry, Councillor Brooke has left the room on this one. Councillor Bull?
For.
Councillor Hall?
For.
Councillor Hilliard?
For.
Councillor O'Neill?
For.
And Councillor Stribley?
For.
That is unanimous. That is 9-4 with one person not voting. That application is granted in line with the officer's recommendation. Thank you very much, Rebecca, for your time on that one, and thank you to the members of the public as well. So we'll just hold fire for a moment. Could somebody retrieve Councillor Hall, please? Councillor Hall, Councillor Brooke, would you like to come back in? Thank you very much. Councillor Brooke has now rejoined the meeting. So we will move on here now, and I will go to the next application, which is 13 Wick Lane. And I will ask Greg Lester if he would like to present the case, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. If you just bear with me a second whilst I share my screen and open the presentation.
No problem. That's great. Thank you.
Right. Thank you. Right. This application is at 13 Wick Lane, Christchurch, and it's for the demolition of an existing commercial unit located to the side of the existing property at 13 Wick Lane, and would then comprise construction of a single-storey side and two-storey rear extension, along with the full refurbishment of the existing property. It is also proposed to erect a garage to the rear of the property, along with the formation of one parking space and the creation of access. And there will also be an element of the existing access as well. So the next slide, here we can see the location of 13 Wick Lane. This is just beside the public car park at Wick Lane, and you can see here the vegetation to the rear of the site. And then moving on to the next slide, we can see the proposed site layout plan. So the existing commercial unit is located in this area. It's proposed to demolish that unit and erect a boundary wall along the frontage at approximately 2.3 metres, which would include a brick arch, a single-storey extension to the rear. There will be a two-storey element over in approximately that location. There's some hard landscaping, an area of lawn, and soft landscaping, some trees to the rear, a parking bay and a garage, and the Wick Lane car park is then located to the rear. In this photograph, we can see the existing site as it currently stands. Here you will see the commercial unit and the main property itself at number 13. And you can see the roof line of the commercial unit does actually cut in to the eaves line of the existing property. This is the same, again, the same property from the front, again, the commercial unit and number 13 Wick Lane itself. And this is, again, 13 Wick Lane and the commercial unit, but just shows a little more of the street scene in terms of number 15 and 15A next door. And this is a photograph of a property opposite at number 16, which has a similar style wall. It's slightly lower in height, but again, it has the brick arch and is a red brick wall to the frontage. And here in this slide, we can see on the side of the existing commercial unit, there is actually a Millennium Trail blue plaque on the side of the property. And it is proposed as part of the scheme to remove that blue plaque and then reinstate it once the proposed has been carried out, if members are minded to approve. And there was a condition proposed that went out in the addendum yesterday to secure a scheme, a specification of how that plaque will be removed and then reinstated, and also details of its location on the new parts of the proposal once it has been completed, again, if permission is granted. Here is a slide showing the rear of the site. Here we can see the existing vegetation which has grown up to the site. And you can just about here make out the roof of the commercial unit, with the rear of number 13 itself obscured from view by all of the vegetation. This would show the point where vehicular access is proposed. The existing gate is currently not in use, and there would be a garage located in approximately this location, and a parking space here, and pedestrian access to the centre. This slide now shows the existing elevations of how the property stands, and again the commercial unit to the side, and shown again on the side elevation here with the small element on the rear of the commercial unit, which is all proposed to be removed. And then the proposed elevations, and here we can see clearly the proposed wall to the front elevation with the brick arch, and the single-storey extension to the side with roof lantern over, and to the rear again flat roof portion of the single-storey element, a small single-storey element with pitched roof over, and the two-storey element, which, as you will see, is set below the ridge line of the main property and is set in from either side of the property. It's notable as well on the southwest elevation that two windows are proposed, which are to serve an ensuite and a bathroom. And you will note in the report at paragraph 39, it is discussed that these windows should be obscure glazed to prevent the possibility of any harmful overlooking of the neighbouring property's garden at number 15A. This condition has actually been omitted from the list of conditions at the end of the report, and I would therefore suggest that if members are minded to approve that, a suitably worded condition to ensure that those windows are obscure glazed should be added. And again, another picture of the front elevation, but this time it's showing the proposed wall as an outline, just so that the front elevation of the proposed single-storey element can be seen. And the floor plans, just to show the actual footprint of the commercial unit to be removed, and the extension at the back of the commercial unit, and the proposed floor plans of the kitchen courtyard in this location where the commercial unit stood, single-storey element, and the two-storey element above, and the roof plan, which you can see just there, which is subservient to the existing property. And we have also in the proposal a single-storey garage, which is to be located to the rear of the property, and that has also got a hipped roof form. And this slide is just to show how the proposals would sit within the street scene once completed. And again, we have the brick wall and then the side single-storey extension element. On the basis of the details in the report and those provided in the presentation, officers consider that the proposals will respect the character of the conservation area and not be detrimental to neighbouring occupiers' amenities. Therefore, the application is recommended for approval, subject to conditions as outlined in the report, those presented on the addendum sheet circulated, and also that previously mentioned in the presentation. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much, Greg. Sorry.
Thank you, Chairman. Statement of objection from Sue Newman-Crane. I am a local historian, past secretary of the Local History Society for many years, co-creator of the Christchurch Antiquarians, published author of local books and contributor to many council planning consultations. I object to this application on heritage grounds. The arguments appear to revolve principally around policy HE1 concerning the removal of a non-designated heritage asset. No matter how this is dressed up, this is what you are considering, as you have done so many times, resulting in the loss of heritage. Not only is this pre-1796 smithy, now shop, to be removed, but we are meant to accept a replacement of 1.5 stories with a footprint as large as the house it is attached to and a forbidding brick wall in its place. Number 13 is an acknowledged period property of unusually little alteration, and we are offered merely a record. We would rather have the actual original building refurbished, not just photographs. This is gentrification at the expense of history, heritage, wildlife, the street scene, and evidence for a 1,000-year-old Burr defence system. HE1 instructs you to safeguard and improve the environment. so do it, not find spurious reasons not to. Chapter 12 NPPF instructs you to maintain an area's prevailing character and setting, so do it. Be respectful of the historic integrity of the buildings, a planning officer said. The officer was unable to support the loss of a heritage asset. What's changed? I agree with the expertise of the Christchurch antiquarians in their objection, now taken on board, except for a watching brief, and with the objection of our town council and reasons. I support the concerns of your own tree officer. I regard your report as what we, the people, would call a fudge. Regarding the blue plaque, which I co-wrote, it was not put there because of the 2010 cottage excavations, but the 1980s excavations by Keith Jarvis, Poole Museum Service. Furthermore, when it was affixed to the Troke Dairy wall, this was above the pavement on which the cottages were part built, and now the plaque is within a garden. I can prove this. It was myself and another who enabled these plaques, sponsored by a public-spirited individual, in the name of, but not by, CHS. Fight for our town's heritage, as we the people, knowing the value of history, have over many years, against applicants who want a bigger house. You represent us, not them. Let them revise their plans, incorporating the dairy, a rare commercial building in a minor street, part of an ancient farming system in Wick and Creedy Fields, as a remnant of the past, which Christchurch claims to value, but rarely ever does. Second statement is from Peter Fenning. This application should be refused as it is incomplete and failing to address relevant local and national planning policies. The case officer at page 227, item 17, that the proposal is supported by a heritage statement which sets out the context of both the property and archaeological background which will be addressed. The Dorset Council archaeologist. The application is accompanied by a heritage statement. This application does not have a heritage statement as BCP, the applicant and case officer, are relying on the heritage statement in a withdrawn application. The previous heritage statement, a 39-page report dated January 2020, compiled for the applicant by a very experienced conservationist, James Webb of Forum Heritage Services, should be on the planning website for this application. It is not. Mr. Webb states that number 13 Wick Lane is of high historic, architectural and artistic value, particularly relating to its contribution to the town, scale, quality and character and appearance of the Christchurch Central Conservation Area. The Central Christchurch Area Appraisal states at page 35 that of particular note are numbers 11 and 13 Wick Lane, which have a number of original features and retain their as-built external envelope. Number 13 is identified as a positive contributor, non-designated heritage asset. My main objection is to the proposed demolition of the shop at the front of the building, stated by the case officer, page 221, to be a later addition to the shop. I consider this to be inaccurate in that the Christchurch Almanac and Directory of 1867 records that the site was occupied by John Troke Baker and shopkeeper at that time. A Troke dairy operated there for many years. It was occupied by several local businesses over the last 10 years, one being a barber. I consider the shop to be an integral part of the original building. The plan to demolish this shop and replace it with an inner courtyard involves building on the pavement edge a 2.4 metre, 7.9 feet, high brick wall with a wooden panelled gate, which will be a blot on the street scene. This is well illustrated by a street scene section placed on the planning website just 2 days before the case officer's report was released, leaving no opportunity for public comment. In summary, the proposals are contrary to saved town plan policies BE4 little 1 and little 2 and H12 little 1, core strategy HE1 and HE2. The case officer lists over 2 pages of relevant NPPF 2021 policies, but fails to list NPPF policies 194, 195, 196, 197, 199 and 200, all very relevant to this application. And lastly, there is a statement in support of the application from Matt Stevens of Aspire Architects. Thank you for allowing me to address you in support of this planning application. My clients purchased this property in 2019 with the intention of it becoming home for their growing family. At this point, they were expecting their first baby. They now have just had their second child. A pre-app was submitted in February 19. The case officer was Kevin Chilvers and the conservation officer Mark Lidster. Both have now left the council. After an initial site meeting with the officers, a response was received advising development scope for the site. Further to this response, we have provided drawings for a proposed scheme submitted to the council for a further pre-app in April 2019. Kevin Chilvers was again the case officer and a response was received in July 2019. This response was 2 months overdue. A full set of plans was submitted as a full planning application in January 2020. This first application took 6 weeks to register and we were given an initial decision date of the 16th of April 2020. During the planning process, the scheme was altered to better reflect the new Conservation Officer's view and site meetings were carried out to ensure all parties were happy. We worked proactively with the Conservation Officer, now Ruth Povey, and many compromises were agreed to get the design and application to this point. The application was eventually withdrawn and resubmitted due to the now agreed scheme differing in description from the originally submitted. The current application was submitted in November 2020 with an original decision date of January 2021. We were advised by Kevin Chilvers in February he was aiming to have the application heard at the March 2021 committee meeting. This was delayed until May and then June. When we chased this application again in June, we were informed Kevin no longer worked for the council. The application was reallocated to Greg Lester. Greg has done an excellent job to get up to speed with the application and enable it to be heard at this planning committee meeting. We have worked hard with your planning, tree and conservation officers to work sensitively with the existing building to create a family home. Due to the constant delays, the building has been sat in a state of disrepair, with my clients not being able to do anything until the planning process is finalised. I therefore ask you to support your planning and conservation officers today and grant this planning application and allow this existing house to be refurbished and extended to the benefit of Christchurch Town Centre and the conservation area. Thank you for your time today. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much. Councillor Hall, you called this one in, but before you speak, can I just ask whether you are against or for this before you start speaking? Because obviously if you're against, that means you're predetermined, as you have called this into the planning board.
Chairman, I called it in because the local council had objected to it. And on that reason alone, I thought then it should be decided by this committee.
Okay, so you've not made your mind up on this one at this moment?
But I did hear from the town council that they objected.
Okay, that's fine. Go ahead then, Councillor Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. What I would like to say is that that street scene only went on the web page on the 29th, and I'm pleased it's on there because it shows quite clearly the small walls either side of the property, and the one that's proposed now is a 2.5 metre wall with an archway through with a glass canopy on the roof. And it does seem to me, after looking at it now, that it is out of character with that street scene. So I'm pleased they got the street scene right, and it does show the difference, because the one that the officer showed was on the other side, which has been built for many years and was part of the old wall of the dairy that was there. So this side of the river of the street, this Wick Lane side, is completely different from the other side. What I would like to say, Chairman, is that it is against some of the policies that we got established. We got H1, H2, and I believe 8BE4 is the conservation area, and it is in the conservation area. I'm delighted to hear that the blue plaque will be reinstated. I think that's important. I was involved with the gentleman that supported these and paid for them, and it is part of the heritage. The new design, according to HE2, should be of high quality, enhancing the local distinctionness, which includes architectural style, bulk and height. And I don't see how an 8-foot wall right on the edge of the pavement is going to enhance that. I think also, Chairman, historically, boundaries and other features contribute to the established pattern of the development. We did have a conservation officer, and he sent a report in saying that these policies, and it's a high historic and architectural value to that area. So I feel, after looking at it again, that the town council objected strongly to it. I think really it doesn't really enhance that area. I'd like to propose that it is objected. I refuse, Mr. Chairman. That's
Thank you, Chair. One of the objectors made reference to the lack of a heritage statement. Could the officer just confirm that detail? So there was one prepared in January 2020 on a previous application, which was not moved forward. But can we have sight of that? Or was that part of your decision making? Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, there is a heritage. Excuse me. There is a heritage statement that was submitted as part of this scheme. It was the same one that was submitted for the withdrawn scheme. It is published on the website, and there was then an addendum submitted which outlined the changes that had been made to the proposals as a result of the input over the course of time from the previous case officer and the conservation officer, just to explain how the proposals had been revised and how the current scheme had been arrived at.
Thank you for that. And again, I was looking at the planning history, and this was back in the 2019 application, and the officer says unable to support loss of a heritage asset. So this clearly is removing the shop. We've heard from both the objectors that there was a history for many years. So again, I would support the refusal. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hilliard. Could I bring in Mr. Firth, please? Robert? I think he's just dropped out for the time being. I'll come back to him in a moment. Councillor Stribley.
Thank you, Chairman. I understand the concerns about the loss of any heritage building, but actually this application is to restore and refurbish the existing house there, which is very close. It's only about 4 foot back from the back edge of the footpath, with a rather an odd porch attached on the front, which could well have been a later addition. I wouldn't like to qualify on that. And a very dilapidated old shop attached to the side. At the moment, it's a total eyesore in the street scene. The adjacent hedge is very well overgrown, so it's virtually, well, it was impossible for me to see anything but the top of the plaque. If you were 6'6" tall, you could probably see it. And that shop it's not a listed building, a poor addition to an old, I accept, but it's not going to be a smithy or a baker's or a dairy or a, it's certainly not going to happen. And if the place stands like it is now, with the tiny front garden, totally filled with very overgrown bushes and shrubs, because of it hasn't been occupied for so long, then I think there is a danger of the whole thing falling into such disrepair that it will never see life again. Here is a chance for from the street scene for the house to be refurbished. The proposed wall at the side will be replacing the old shop front and hedge and mess, which is there at the moment, and screening a courtyard and the rear extension which they want to put in. I think it's actually a golden opportunity for this old house to get a second life and to become a family home, albeit extended at the rear. But from the public realm, the frontage simply isn't going to change. And I can't see any reasons for refusal. I certainly would support the recommendation to grant, Chairman. I think it's a big improvement in the area. The houses further up the street, not next door, but one, there is a whole row of, I wouldn't say nondescript, but very ordinary red brick terraced houses. It's not a street that you would walk down to view the architectural heritage with any sort of impression there.
Thank you, Councillor Shirley. I'm just going to go back to Mr. Firth.
Yes, sorry about that, Chairman. Had a slight technical issue down at my end. Chairman, I thought it might be useful for members. One of those objectors made reference to various provisions in the MPPF relating to heritage. I know they're probably provisions members are very familiar with, but I thought it might be useful I just summarise a couple of them, just so members have regard to it, since obviously one of the main focuses of discussion now appears to be on heritage. Paragraph 199, which I think was talked about, is advice in the MPPF that when considering the impact of a proposed development on the significance of a designated heritage asset, which includes the conservation area, and I think this is in a conservation area, great weight should be given to its conservation. Any harm to or loss of significance should require clear and convincing justification. If members, you felt there was less than substantial harm to the significance of a designated heritage asset, so that would be the conservation area if this proposal was within a conservation area, you'd weigh that against the public benefits of the proposal. In the case of a non-designated heritage asset, if you felt this was a non-designated heritage asset, then you weigh that in the balance, having regard to weighing any harm against the loss of significance as against the benefits. And finally, Chairman, again, I'll just mention that I believe this is in a conservation area, and if that is the case, then of course there's also you have your statutory duty under section 72, which is to pay special attention to the desirability of preserving or enhancing the character or appearance of the area. Thank you. Just so members have got that in their mind.
Thank you, Mr. Firth. Appreciate that. Mr. Hodges.
Thank you, Chairman. Yeah, it's just a point of clarity from the discussion I just wanted to make. If you look at the planning history section of the report, which is page 217 and para 5, just to be clear, I mean, the application is for alterations and extensions to the existing building. We are not losing the building identified as a heritage asset, so we're not losing the building that's identified in the adopted appraisal as a positive contributor. And there's a reference, as you'll see, to a pre-app submission references 190354 for a replacement dwelling, which we objected to on the basis of the loss of the heritage asset. That would have meant the complete demolition of the site and its replacement, and that would have resulted in the loss of the heritage asset. But just to be clear, in terms of balancing the impacts on it, we are not proposing in this application the demolition of the original dwelling itself. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hodges. Councillor Barron, please.
Thank you, Chair, but my question's just been answered about the relevant history there. Thank you.
Thank you. In that case, Councillor Brooke, please.
Fine, thank you, Chair. You may or may not be aware that I have a thing about gaps between houses. I think they're critically important in the street scene. And when I saw the original photograph of the original setup with the very, very high pitched roof cutting into the eave line, and if you look at that from the front, you have basically lost most of the gap between the dwelling property and its neighbour. Then the proposal reduces the height very much and increases the gap to provide a better amenity value for the public, I think there we can see a significant gain for the conservation area. Where I have my reservations is with the extremely high brick wall as part of the frontage of the property in the area, rather than a much lower one, which would actually, if the wall were lower, you would even have a better view as far as the single story extension is concerned. You know, I think that's the one reservation I've got, but overall I think the benefits outweigh the harm in this instance, and therefore I'm happy to support the officer's recommendation.
Thank you, Councillor Brooke. Councillor Johnson.
Thank you, Chairman. No, I agree with all of what Councillor Brooke has just said, and Councillor Stribley before him. I think that this is a chance to really improve the conservation area, because what's there at the moment isn't good enough. It's not an asset. The heritage documentation is the wrong word, but I'm sure you know what I mean. Is actually referring mostly to the house itself and not to the shop. And so I really have no concerns over the loss of the shop. The wall is a little bit high, but I can certainly understand it given what will be contained within the extension to the rear, and I can understand the applicants not wanting a clean view from the street scene into that area. So I don't, you know, whilst I might like it a little bit lower, I certainly have no objections to the scheme as a whole. Overall, I can't see that tipping my balance. So no, I'm happy to support the recommendation and won't be supporting the move to refuse. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much, Councillor Johnson. Any further comments from members this time? No. So we do have a move on the table which we must deal with. That move is from Councillor Hall and seconded by Councillor Hilliard, and that is to refuse the application. So we will move straight to that. For or against the move, please. Myself, I am against that move. Councillor Johnson.
Against.
Councillor Barron. Against. Councillor Borthwick.
Against.
Councillor Brooke.
Against.
Councillor Bull.
Against.
Councillor Hall.
For.
Councillor Hilliard.
For.
Councillor O'Neill.
Against.
And Councillor Stribley.
Against.
That move is lost by 8 votes to 2. Do I have a further move, please? Councillor Johnson, seconded by Councillor Borthwick. Thank you very much. And we will go through the process again. So I am for. Councillor Johnson.
For.
Councillor Barron. For. Councillor Borthwick. Councillor Brooke. Councillor Bull. Councillor Hall. Councillor Hilliard. Councillor O'Neill. And Councillor Stribley.
For.
That application is granted by 8 votes to 2. Thank you very much for everyone that has taken part in that. That is the final application of this afternoon's meeting, so I'll therefore ask for the live stream to be finished and say thank you very much, everyone. Just if we can...